people who are in the military, like the women who are being subjected to violence, or when you get sent out, the stuff that you have to do abroad is also violent. But people try to rationalize that violence by glorifying people who are in the military, by saying that they're fighting for freedom, when that's not the case. Like, I would say, like, the last time where, like, the American military was involved that was, like, justifiable was in, like, World War II. But other than that, like, none of the other things were justifiable. So hopefully that made sense. And whether you guys need to unfollow people, like, this is not my decision to make. Like, you guys are adults, right? So this is something that you need to, like, the decision that you need to make yourself. Whether you want to unfollow somebody or follow somebody, that is up to you. I'm not the type of person to come here and control anybody. So that is your choice. He's been blocked since the unfucked team. So many comments. No, I don't think Dean is a right-winger. So, again, like, my issue was not that people, like, were expressing themselves. My issue was that people were condemning people for maybe feeling apathetic or celebrating. And I don't think that if you are, like, not a marginalized person, that I don't think that you have, like, any right or moral authority to be telling people how to react to their abuser. Because at the end of the day, Charlie Kirk is an abuser. You might, like, I don't like this idea that he's just a bad guy. He's not a bad guy. He's an abuser. Okay? So a person who's being abused by an abuser has every right to react how they want to react and feel how they want to feel. If the person wants to mourn them, they can. If the person wants to celebrate them, they can. If the person feels apathetic, they can. If the person feels empathy, they can, right? So whatever the person feels, they're entitled to feel that way. But it is unfair and just wrong and dehumanizing for people who were not impacted by his abuse to then turn around and think that they have the moral authority to tell other people how they can mourn. And I think that's the issue that I had. There were a lot of people who felt like they had the right to tell victims of his abuse that they couldn't celebrate, or they couldn't be apathetic, or they couldn't be indifferent, right? So I think that's the issue that I had. To make a person feel like they're a bad person, or that they're a threat, just because they feel apathetic towards their abuser, is sick. So that's the issue that I had. Should I let guests up? I don't know. I can see if I let guests up or not. So yeah, no, that's the issue that I had, right? So it felt like people were trying to control how people mourn. Felt like people were trying to control how people respond. Felt like people were trying to control how people react to it. And you shouldn't be doing that. Oh, thank you. I feel nothing for Kirk. Yeah. You know, fine, I'll let guests up. Hold on. should I let up? Yeah. More tears for one horrible person. Exactly. There were literally people who were like unalived as well, you know?
Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm okay. What about you?
Oh, I'm doing better now that things are cooling down slightly. I actually had two questions for you. Are you gonna talk privately with Dean? He said that you guys are like in talks of it. Oh, well, that's good. Okay. And I heard it's gonna be private. Good, good. I was actually hoping that would be the outcome. My other question is I agree with everything you've said, and I was one of the people that cried. I think it was a trauma response or something. I'm going to be honest because of my PTSD, but I had a nightmare and everything. So, but I agree with everything you say because I'm also marginalized, but I don't want to say it publicly because it's getting dangerous to say that stuff publicly, obviously. But I think that I was kicked from his server because I brought that possibility up. Like, I was the one that had the idea and I pitched it. And like less than 15 minutes, I was kicked out of the server. I have messaged Gene. I have messaged the head mod because I can't open a ticket in the server for some reason. And they haven't gotten back to me. So I was wondering if you would know anything about that. Because, like, I was the one that said, maybe you guys should speak privately because when it went public, it seemed like it gave the right an advantage over Dean because he doesn't seem to understand what it's like for marginalized communities. So, like, I guess I'm wondering if I was removed because I came up with that idea and it was somehow my fault and I got kicked from his server.
So I don't know about that. I only mod for him on TikTok, but not on Discord. So I don't know anything about that. Maybe you could send like the mods like another ticket or a message. But also, I don't think that it would give anybody leverage or the right. I feel like people need to stop centering the right. And you need to start, like, people need to start centering the people who are disenfranchised, because always centering the right, trying to contain any type of violence is just impossible because the violence is always going to be there. Like, you need to understand that like the violence is going to be there.
Exactly.
The alt-right are still going to be there. The alt-right are going to be alt-righting. So when marginalized people are living within a society, it's going to be inherently violent. There is no such thing as preventing violence when the violence is already here, right? So I think like the people need to stop centering how the alt-right or the right is going to feel when, regardless of how you react, like this is respectability politics, regardless of how you react, they're going to feel that way anyways. So
Right.
I don't think it's
Like,
going to give anybody
I'm not
leverage.
disagreeing with you on anything. It's just like the server isn't letting me open a ticket, so I can't even open a ticket. My other one is closed and locked out from me, but I've messaged Dean and the mod, and I can't. I even messaged some random person in the server that I think I was talking to when I got kicked, and I asked them, and they won't even respond to me. So I don't know. I just feel like maybe I pitched a good idea and I was targeted for it, I think. And I'm on Dean's side. I'm not opposed to Dean, like, for the most part, other than that live just yesterday when he completely. I don't think he realizes it, but he sided with our oppressors unintentionally, but he did. And he doesn't realize that.
Well, I mean, I don't know what I could do because I'm not mod. Neither do I have any control over that server.
Right.
So I would suggest just try messaging all the mods who are in that server, and then maybe they can fix it. but I don't know what I could possibly do, to be fair.
Yeah, I hope that Dean didn't take it as an attack, because like I wasn't attacking him. I was just giving, criticism as a marginalized person. Like I was trying to help him, and it feels like it maybe harmed him or something. And now I'm wondering if I went too far, I guess. I don't know.
So I'm not his representative.
Mhm.
So I don't know, nor am I his spokesperson, so I can't really say why you were kicked out or how he felt that way. I think maybe you need to like contact Dean or send him a message. And then, yeah, hopefully he'll get back to you.
Okay. Well,
or the mods.
curious about the whole Dean situation and how it was being handled, but I'm glad you're talking privately. I agree with everything you said, and I empathize with him a little bit, but for the most part, I think it was really bad how he tried to outspeak you. In my mind, anyways. That might just be me, but that's how I took it.
Mm-hmm.
So,
thank you very much for that, though, Asher. I appreciate you.
I appreciate you too. You have a good night.
You too.
I'm getting increasingly frustrated about the conversation around him because there's this huge fixation on the celebrations, right? That people were celebrating. And because we're spending so much time fixating and policing people and respecting politics and all of this stuff, we're not actually addressing the real core issue, was that he was a white supremacist. And that now we have Donald Trump, we have all these people turning him into a martyr for their issues that oppress people. And so watching Dean yesterday, and I don't know if you were on the live. I don't know if you were on the live before you came up. There was another guy up there, and Dean basically said to him, hey, the guy was basically saying similar to what you were saying, that, hey, we can't police how people react to these things, right? And Dean looked at him and said, hey, well, I just think that if you're celebrating this, you're empowering the right. And I actually think that is so interesting, because I actually believe that by him coming on the internet and showing himself crying because a white supremacist passed away, regardless of whatever whatever story he's now cooked up to try to paint over it, also does empower the right just as much. Because what we do know to be true about the right is they will take anything and paint the narrative that works for their agenda. And he, as somebody who claims, because now I have to question, right? Because there are people that actually do the work, and then there's people who claim to do the work. But when it's actually time to stand up and actually face it, in this moment, right? And I'm not saying whether Dean should have cried or not, right? Because I'm also a person, I don't want to police people's reactions. But I think you should also be aware enough to say that, you know what? I am a white cis man, and me coming on a public platform with my however many followers and crying about a white supremacist, how that looks, right? How does that look to the people that support you? And then when you're called out on it, right? Because I also believe that everyone should have the opportunity. We're allowed to make mistakes, and you should have the opportunity to repair it. You then wanted to double down on it and honestly blame minorities, straight up. So that kind of revealed a lot of things to me. So I think it's great that you're going to have a private one-on-one conversation with him, because you're a bigger person than me, because I wouldn't. Because I feel like there's so many things that was revealed in that one moment yesterday, and there was so many ways that if you were truly doing the work, you wouldn't have reacted that way. And even if you did have a reaction and you received a lot of backlash about it, especially the things that you were saying, right? I don't think the things that you were saying, you weren't being combative about it, because I sure as hell would have been combative about it. But you were really trying to give him the opportunity to understand, right? And even actually repair what he had just earlier said about people. And he still chose to double down on it and become even more defensive. So when he uses words like, oh, he got, well, I'm just never going to celebrate someone getting like shot. And I also, just a raise of hands, how many people have actually seen people celebrating what happened to Kirk? Because what I've seen on my platform, and I know that obviously I have my algorithm, there's really, really nothing really leaning towards the right on it, is that people have felt relief, right? They felt relief, but no one was saying like, oh, make this a national holiday because Kirk got assassinated on this day. If anything, the right have used this, and then they're now once again using it to weaponize it. So for Dean to come and say that, oh, Black people, brown people, anyone, any person of color celebrating this or feeling relief or not crying or showing emotion is actually empowering the right is so dangerous, and actually shows me he doesn't believe what he comes on these platforms and he's preaching about. He doesn't actually believe in our protection. So that's all I want to say, but I appreciate you and thank you for going up there. And yes, celebrating is a dog whistle. That just kept coming up for me over and over. Like this celebrating keeps coming up, and it's like celebrating. And I'm like, you guys are using it as a dog whistle to further marginalize groups of people who are being oppressed. And it's so dangerous. Anyways, but yeah, I'm done. I'm actually done now.
Thank you. Yeah, so I'm letting people up. I'm going to have the conversation with Dean in private, so I'm letting people up primarily if they have any questions or if they have any comments that they have towards me, because I did want to clear the air, because I've noticed that there is a lot of misconceptions. There's a lot of questions that people had. There's a lot of misinformation. There were people going around saying that I was celebrating and all that stuff.
Hello.
Oh, hi.
I just want to say you did wonderful. And I am also a person of color. I am not Black, but I am Indian, and I'm very dark-skinned. And I have faced racism a lot throughout my life. And just hearing Dean dismiss you like you were just some random person, like you weren't a friend of his, trying to deconstruct him, really irritated me. But I'm very proud of you, and I think it's great that you're going to talk to him in private. Just the way he was kind of like on his phone, not really looking, paying attention, and you were just pouring your heart out. And I was just in his live spamming, Athena's alive, go to her. But so yeah, I think you did amazing.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I did want to say that Dean and I are still friends, which is why we're going to be talking in private about it. So just wanted to clarify that, but I appreciate everybody who, I heard that people were spamming my name in the chat. So hopefully the conversation is more productive in private. And if not, then, yeah, I don't know. Kai, you came up, or KY?
Hey. We've talked several times outside of here on Discord. Don't know if you remember who I am, but I just wanted to ask you, other than the part where Dean was telling people, how they were supposed to feel, did you feel if he hadn't done that his reaction would have been okay? If he had left out the part where he was attacking people, saying that this is how they had to feel, did you feel what he was expressing was valid?
I think the optics, I feel like mourning is okay. It's just the optics of crying in my opinion, is like, it just comes off as a bit like weird, maybe, because ultimately you are like mourning, or it looks like you're mourning a white nationalist. But I'm not gonna sit here and like tone police a person's emotions. Like if they feel sad, then they can cry. Like I'm not gonna sit here and tell people that they're not allowed to cry. I feel like, especially with me, I'm very vulnerable. Like I kind of wear my heart on my sleeve, and if I want to cry, I just cry because I want people to realize that they shouldn't feel ashamed for expressing themselves or their emotions. But I think like just the optics of it, in this current climate, like in the West in general, it just comes off as like a bit weird, because then people are going to think, oh, we're mourning a white nationalist. Is he actually a white tea nationalist? If all of these people are mourning him, and then it kind of sanitizes and exonerates him of his abuse and of his racism and bigotry in general, and misogyny as well. So I think that was the only issue that I personally had. But I think it's like very complex, maybe, because I also don't want to tone police anybody.
Right. And I agree with you a lot of what you said. You know, I feel like, we know part of that emotion was the fact that Parker was there, but I do get what you're saying about how it came off to everybody. And I just wanted to hear your opinion of that and all that, because I agree that a lot of what he said was trying to police the way people should feel about the situation. And I didn't think that was right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think it's right to make people feel bad for not mourning. And I don't think it's right to make people feel bad for like not crying. I think that's the only issue that I had, because then I think it's only human that somebody would feel happy or maybe celebrate or relieved when their abuser is not there anymore, or they just might feel indifferent or apathetic. So I think it's not very nice, I guess. I don't know. It's not very nice to feel like, it's not very nice to feel like you're a bad person for feeling the way that you're feeling. So, yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that. Thank you. I just wanted your perspective on that.
Mm-hmm. No problem. Thank you very much for coming up. Appreciate you.
Yeah, have a good one.
You too. Christopher, the humblest. Hello.
I just wanted to talk about also the Dean situation, because and just white tea people in general, because the amount of white tea people who have been telling me and a lot of other marginalized people how to feel about this situation, and that we're heartless and that we're evil. Who do you think you are to tell us how to feel about somebody who is spreading fear, the same type of fearful and we need to do something about these people propaganda, the same type of propaganda that the mustache man was spreading, that type of propaganda? Why should I cry? Why should I feel anything for him? Why should I feel anything for? I mean, I do try to have sympathy for his children, but why should I have sympathy for him because he has children? The mustache man also had children. I don't feel bad for him in any way. And it's really a reflection how his supporters are going after HBCUs right now, when black people had nothing to do with this whatsoever. I really just don't understand, like, where these why white tea people have this entitlement to tell us how to feel. Right, I'll say it without shame. I was celebrating because somebody who has spread propaganda on another demagogue, he's not going to be able to spread that propaganda anymore. So I find that a win for me. That's a win. That's a win for me. And you can feel however you want to feel. If you want to forgive him, good for you. But if you're going to question my morality, I'm going to question your morality, because why are we getting so pent up about a man who spreads hate, other than and not kids who are being unalived in Gaza, Congo, Sudan, people in school, children in schools? You guys didn't have the same energy for George Floyd any other black people who have been victims of police brutality and unjust violence. You guys didn't have that sympathy for them. You guys are talking about a human being. Did you guys see George Floyd as a human being? You guys see Tamir Rice as a human being? You guys didn't see any of them as human beings. So I don't get what this double standard is, and it's really just how white tea people think they can control how we feel and control everything we do. Like it's like saying that it's like saying that a slave should cry over the slave master being unalive. It doesn't make any sense. It's like telling a Jew in Nazi Germany who's celebrating the mustache man being gone that they're a horrible person for celebrating that. It doesn't make any logical sense. Who are you to tell them that the person who is literally causing them literally causing their oppression, causing everything that's happening to them? Why do you think it's your place to tell them how to feel about that?
Yeah, I agree. 100%. 100%. I fully agree with what you're saying. I think it's just unfair to be telling people how they should react to their abuse. So yeah, I agree with you. Thank you very much, Christopher, for coming up and sharing your 2 cents.
All right, no problem.
I'm gonna go to the next guest. So again, I'm gonna be letting people up. If you wanna share something, if you have a question to me, I am gonna let you up as well. Just stay patient. I'm gonna try to let everybody up. So yeah. Hi, your mom.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. What about you?
I'm decent. Thanks for asking. I think what you did last night was great. I was in full support of it, and I think it was awful how he was dismissive of you every single time you made a point. Anytime you finished speaking, he wanted to obfuscate, change the subject, or say that he wanted to talk in private. But I think I guess from my perspective, they've always kind of, as you said, they're cis-het white tea men, Dean is. And for years, he's been on this app advocating for marginalized people, but he's profiting off of their suffering. That's my perspective. And I guess you said that you're friends with them. So I don't know if you could give any more insight to community organizing or donating that they might participate in at all.
Yeah, I know that donations are done, but it's just they don't like to talk about it publicly. But I have seen, for example, me personally, I have seen some donations done and that not being discussed in public, or donations done through me and then let's say, for example, Parker not wanting me to talk about it in public. So yeah,
that's fair. I guess as white men who are on TikTok, on an internet platform, advocating for marginalized people, and they're receiving thousands of dollars a day, do you think that there should be some type of
more can be done? Yes, 100%. More can be done and should be done.
Just more transparency.
Well, not necessarily transparency, but more amplifying of initiatives. I think for a day or two, maybe bi-weekly or something like that. Amplifying certain initiatives or fundraising for them or stuff like that. I do think that more can be done. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, that was pretty much my only question. But other than that, I completely agree with everything you said last night. I think the state centralization is inherently violent. Being a marginalized person in today's society is a inherently violent existence. All violence is political. Being human,
100%. Mm-hmm.
yeah, when like majority of humans on this planet don't have their basic human needs met, like being a human is political. So people are so quick to condemn political violence when it happens to a white tea guy. I mean, a literal Yahtzee,
Mm-hmm.
but fail to realize that all violence is political.
100%. All
But
violence,
yeah,
100% political. I feel like the very existence of marginalized people is political violence as well. And I feel like that's not something that people understand because, like, the fact that, like, all these different privileges, like white privilege, male privilege, able-bodied privilege, all these different things exist because violence continues to be reproduced, and without violence, privileges wouldn't exist. So this is precisely why when people say stuff like, oh, we have to prevent violence from happening, I'm like, how are you going to prevent it from happening when it's already here? It's everywhere. So, yeah, I agree
exactly.
100% with what you're saying.
But yeah, I think you did great. And I think it was
I was very nervous. I'm not going to lie. I felt like at some
I'm
points, if I don't know if people noticed, but I was even having a hard time like breathing. And especially because I have really bad anxiety. So
there was like
very
50,000 people in there.
Yeah. And it was also
Yeah.
like, just generally like a very tough conversation too. So
Especially if that's like someone that you're friends with. And I, yeah, I guess I hope that he changes his views.
I hope so too.
But as far as I can see, like this is something he's done as a pattern for years on TikTok. But yeah, I am very in support of you pushing back to him and a lot of like the liberal complacency around the whole discourse.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I appreciate you very much for coming up.
Of course. Take care.
You too. Okay.
Let him go.
Later. So again, as I mentioned, if anybody has anything to say, you can come up. Of course, I'm not gonna let anybody like come up and just like, I don't know. Like if you have anything you want to say to me or have any questions, I'll let y'all up. But the trapper, you're
Yeah.
next. Hello.
Yeah, so also I think I can hear myself a little bit in the background, but I'll still speak.
That might
So
be you. Can you swipe
I
out the app and then come back?
me?
Mm-hmm.
All right, maybe it's because of my AirPods.
It could be, or you could like just swipe out the app and come back because we don't.
All right,
Well, it's probably you.
all right, all right. I'll be right back though.
You don't have to drop. Yeah. Okay. Well. Anyways, while we're here, there are 1.1K people here. If you want to hear more of my content, because I do sometimes do debate lives, you can definitely follow me. If you want to support me, my pay links are in my link tree, in my bio. And if you have any extra money to support any initiatives that you kind of want to help, then in the bio, there are also a lot of initiatives, whether it is Sudanese and Congolese initiatives. And a personal initiative that I'm currently highlighting is that of an Eritrean kid who is 17 years old. He was enslaved when he was 14 in Libya, and he's currently 17, released in Libya. So if you want to support him, even if it's just $5, literally, that would be amazing if you just support. Trapper, you're back. Is everything okay now?
Yeah, I think everything's okay. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I agree with like most of your points.
Mm-hmm.
I am a cis white male, but I do have autism, but I don't consider myself oppressed in any way. But I just wanted to ask you, like, why did you think that, like, Dean's tears were, like, actually genuine? Like, they sounded like so manipulative.
Wait,
Like,
what? Who said that?
like, Dean crying on his stream, it just sounded so manipulative. I just can't believe it. It was like a show.
Can we like stick to like, I don't know, if you want to say anything to me or
Oh,
something?
about the like, no, I was just talking about Dean.
Yeah, but if is there anything you want to say to me?
Like, about
Like
what?
your
I mean,
thoughts?
I agree with your position for the most part. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, me personally, I think Charlie Kirk is a fucking fascist
Mm-hmm.
who maybe the shooter wasn't like right to go after someone who was like speaking. I thought that was kind of stupid. If I'm not gonna do it myself in any way, but if you were smart enough, you'd go after the main man, which is DJT.
I I don't think I want anybody incriminating themselves on my life. I, as Kavi, do not condone whatever that was. I don't think anybody should be going after anyone. I don't condone the targeting of anyone either. So, yeah. This doesn't represent me or my platform. So whatever that was ain't me, okay? Kylo. Hi.
I just wanted to say, I think you did a wonderful job yesterday. I love that you're like such a strong, prolific advocate for marginalized communities. I'm Black, so like what you were saying to Dean yesterday really like spoke volumes to me. Because I was in his live when he got like the news of Charlie Kirk, and I I felt like really disrespected, if I'm being honest, when everything happened. And he told me, it felt like he was talking to me personally. He told me not to support him anymore, that I'm not on his side anymore if I didn't feel empathy for it, and I don't, and I'm not gonna go against the way I naturally reacted to that. I think most reactions people have, like immediate reactions, are valid, and my immediate reaction to it was not of sympathy, not of empathy, only empathy towards like his little children that were there. I don't think anyone should have to see their parent or guardian or caregiver be, for that to happen to them. I just had just like one statement. I know you really, really want to just keep it to yourself, and I know you and Dean are close friends, and I don't mean to like compromise that in any way, shape, or form, but I just think a little bit of like how Dean handled this situation was a little performative. He said that he was shedding tears for like Parker, and which is understandable. Like to be literally 30 feet away from that it's got to be traumatic. But if I'm being honest, he got like that information from Parker 45 minutes before he shed a tear, and he saw the video 30 minutes before he shed a tear. He shed a tear exactly once the news broke that Charlie Kirk had passed. So I think it's like extremely performative for him to be trying to like push back on what you were saying to him, because you were like saying that he was crying for those reasons. And I'm not saying that someone has to start crying at the moment they receive this news or anything like that. But I just think personally, and I've been a big fan of Dean. I follow all like 6 of his accounts. Like I've been watching him for years. Same with Parker, same with you, same with Matt. But I'm just really disappointed to see them kind of like have empathy for someone that has been our oppressors for many, many years. Charlie Kirk's entire political like career has been built on the back of dehumanizing people and being a complete bigot. And I think this is the last thing I want to say, and then you can drop me. But I'm just really thankful that we have people like you to go up there and push back on specific narratives and specific talking points that he had put forward. And, I'm not a big time creator whatsoever. I have a few videos up on my account with you and his conversation yesterday, just so I could spread the information out. I'm just really appreciative to have you, people like you. And I also talked to Jaden recently, and Santana and Erica. Like, y'all have been like super, super important to like this movement for quite a while. So yeah, I'm really thankful, and I'm happy that there's someone like you out here that's like being a true, like someone that's being like wonderful and pushing out like really good information and being empathetic and polite and kind. And so I really do appreciate you, Athena. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kylo. I appreciate you. I still think like maybe it would also be really good if you requested one day on his live and maybe shared that with him too.
Yeah.
I do think that it is important that you feel heard, and you know that your legitimate and valid criticisms land in the right place as well. So
for sure. Yeah. I tried to get up on his live yesterday and a little bit for today, but there was like 80 people in the box. And so it's like the chances of me ever being able to get up here are slim. And then also I seen like someone go up before and they tried to like talk about that live you and him had, and he seemed pretty dismissive towards it and didn't really want to discuss it. And so, which was also like alarming to me. Like, for the most part, I like Dean. I think he's an advocate for marginalized communities. But I think a point that you made to him yesterday was like really important for cis white men to know. Like, you can be an advocate, you can be sympathetic, but you will never know what it is or what it feels like to be in these communities, to feel like to have your people attacked and the people you care about attacked and constantly attacked, and to may look like, for me as a black man, I'm Charlie Kirk tells people that I'm thug and that I'm a criminal, that I'm a felon, that I'm this, that, and that. And so, I thought it was very powerful for you to go up there and talk to him. And so, yeah, one of these days I'll definitely jump up on there and I'll try to voice my opinions, but we'll see if he'll have me.
I appreciate you, Kylo. I appreciate you also for being open and vulnerable. And thank you very much for coming up and sharing your perspective too.
Of course. Thank you. Thank you.
So I'm going to be letting people.
Hello.
Hi. You wanted to say something?
Yes. I don't know. I feel like we're surprised that a lot of white liberals are reacting like this, when we've been told years before this not to trust white liberals. And it just, like, especially with, like having friends tell me that I should feel anything for this man after he's caused so much violence with what he has said over the years is just, it makes me mad. And I don't know. I'm tired already, and I'm not even 30 yet, and I'm tired.
I don't necessarily think it's only like white liberals. I think it's like just white people in general, and also like men in general, right? So like, as a woman, you have to know that men are inherently misogynistic. And so they might slip up from time to time, especially if they're not actively deconstructing their misogyny. And that's the same thing with like white people and like racism, right? So I think like if anybody is not actively deconstructing their misogyny, their ableism, their like all the forms of bigotry, they might slip up and harm that particular like person, right? So yeah, I agree with you 100%.
Not to get like too personal, I just have a question, because I have my doubts. I don't really trust a lot of people in terms of like online, because a lot of people you don't know how they are off camera and stuff like that. But do you think Dean is a good person?
Yeah.
Okay, that's all I needed to hear. I think should I don't know how to answer. I don't know how to ask this question. Do you think we should give the people that are telling the people around us that are technically our allies, but in this situation are telling us that we should feel bad, should we give them grace?
No,
Okay.
I don't think so. No. Especially if it's a white person, no. You shouldn't give, no. Because again, like, if you are used to discomfort 24/7, and yet another person is not even willing to be uncomfortable for like a fraction of that, then no, you don't deserve grace. I don't. I think you need to be shaken out of that comfort zone. You don't deserve grace at all. And I think
it should be uncomfortable.
You should be uncomfortable, yes. I think you should be uncomfortable. And I think you need to be, especially if you're like a person who is within a dominant society, regardless of how privileged you are, whether it is you're a man or you're able-bodied or you're cis or whatever it is, I do think that you should you should be uncomfortable. And I think like I've reached also a point in my life where I refuse to minimize myself anymore. I don't minimize myself. If something is bothering me, I'm just going to tell you to your face that it's bothering me. I'm not going to bother hiding it. I'm not going to bother trying to sugarcoat it. I'll just tell you to your face, because there's no point, like, at all. Like, there's no point in trying to be respectable, because at the end of the day, like, regardless of how people have tried to be respectable, people are still dying. And like, being respectable has not stopped anybody from dying. So, I don't know.
That's true.
Same thing with misogyny too. Like, women, like, when I'm saying this, I'm not only talking for like anti-Black racism, I'm talking about like different forms of bigotry as well. Like, I don't, like, as a woman, I'm also like not gonna be nice to like be graceful to men who are outwardly reproducing misogyny, whether you like it or not. But yeah.
I know exactly what you mean. I'm a part of the LGBT community, and my partner is trans. I'm non-binary, and we have a phrase that we toss around a lot, that men will treat trans people how they treat women behind closed doors.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I think about that constantly.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when it comes to misogyny, because it comes from a place of misogyny.
Mm-hmm. That's true. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate you, Tankard, for coming up. I'm gonna go to the next.
Thank you for letting us speak.
Mm-hmm. Caitlin, you're up. You wanted to say something? You're on mute. Oh. Patricia, if you're still here, can you re-request? If for some reason you glitched out of the... For
Hello?
Hi.
Hi, sorry. I've never done this before. I wasn't sure how to unmute. Anyways, how are you?
I'm okay. What about you?
I'm good. I kind of just wanted to say that I thought it was very brave how you conducted yourself, and I think you're very well spoken. And it kind of made me realize too, because when everything first came out about like the news and everything, I kind of defaulted to agreeing with Dean and sympathizing almost, because to me, I do agree with, gun violence. Obviously, it is always bad. But at the end of the day, I've come to realize, like, it's not gotten us anywhere to, be on the high horse. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I guess I just wanted to say thank you for, using your voice and helping me realize that.
Mm-hmm. I appreciate you for your perspective. I just wanted to say that, oh wait, before you go, hold on. Well-spoken is a, microaggression. A lot of people don't realize it's a microaggression. It's usually like words that are used towards Black people because people automatically expect Black people not to be able to articulate themselves, as effectively as possible. So, yeah, I think let's not use the term well spoken when it comes to Black people. We can use other terminologies for that as well. You could say oh, I don't know, you like how a person is able to effectively articulate their thoughts or something like that. I don't know, but well spoken usually is a microaggression.
I'm sorry. I meant articulate. I really didn't mean to say that. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. No problem. Well, I appreciate you for coming up, Caitlin. Thank you very much.
Have a good day.
Mm-hmm. You too. I cannot believe I have the Patricia on my panel. So, if anybody does not know, Patricia is a Congolese activist who I've had multiple times on my panel before. She is an amazing, amazing activist, talks about what's happening on the ground in Congo. So I would highly recommend you guys to follow Patricia if you want to learn more about Congo, the current genocide that's happening there. And she's really, really great. But Patricia, if you say a person is articulate, it can be also, it is a microaggression, but that's precisely why I said effectively articulate your thoughts. You could say that, and it not a microaggression. But if you just say you're so articulate, that is a microaggression. Because it makes it seem as if, I don't know, that you expect the person not to be able to articulate themselves from the get-go. But yeah, Patricia, what did
Can you hear
you say?
me?
Hi.
Hello. How you doing?
I'm good,
Thank
I'm good.
you for letting me in the panel. I want to take this in a little bit more deeper level.
You're kind of muffled, by the way, Patricia.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
You can't hear me properly? Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go down and I'm gonna come back.
Okay.
I think it's gonna be better.
Mm-hmm.
I think you have to
EQ?
yes, but
Okay.
that
It might be your headphones. Are you wearing headphones?
yes.
That's it, I think.
Probably the headphone. Okay, I'm gonna take it out and then I will come back.
Mm-hmm. So I'll just kick you then,
Yes.
and then re-request, and then I'll get you back up. But until Patricia re-requests, we can go to Sugar. Sugar? Hello? Wait, should I unmute you? I sent you an invite to unmute. Oh, Okay. Hold on. Wow, so many people in their requests. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna let multiple people up at the same time. And then we'll just go down.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, Sugar. Okay, well, let's go to Sugar first, because Sugar's been waiting first. And then I'll get to the rest of y'all. Hi, Sugar.
Sorry. Hi. Yeah, I just figured it out. I was like, why is it not working? Yeah, I just wanted to come up and say that I know a lot of people are doing this, but I really appreciate that you took the time to talk to Dean. You didn't have to do that, right? And I know that takes a lot out of you as someone just like trying to navigate like white supremacy and misogyny, and then having to also do that to other creators is a big deal. So I just wanted to say I appreciate you. And also, I did want to ask, like you talked about, because like when you were talking to him, I think one of the things you were speaking to was necropolitics, right? And I think like I could definitely tell, right, when you're talking that you are well read, right? And that you've read probably a lot of theorists and different ideologies. And I do wonder about Dean and whether or not he has done the same thing, because I think if people consider him an advocate in some way for marginalized groups, right? Is he also doing that same work of like, decolonizing his own thought? And I'm an educator, and I'm more than willing to share resources if anyone ever wants that. Like, thinking about Black feminist thought and other theorists. But I do wonder about that, because I think a lot of like white neoliberals, right, often will like jump into these type of debates, but they're not doing the work to, really grapple with like the terminology and things like that you need to be engaging with. So I do wonder if that is something Dean and Parker are doing, or if it's just, I don't know.
I mean, these are questions that you could ask like them, I think so, like important questions that you could ask them. And that you should ask them as well, right? So I do think that they are educating themselves. And I don't know exactly what theory they're reading, but these are probably questions that you could probably like articulate to them, I guess, like message them. Because at the end of the day, like I need people to understand that I'm not a spokesperson for any of them. So I don't want to speak for either of them. So yeah.
Yeah, I completely get that. And I think it is unfortunate, because I think that's something that comes up a lot when people, like particularly in academia, when people like sometimes will read theory but don't actually practice it, and aren't continuously deconstructing that. So yeah, it's definitely something I will mention to him as well if I ever get a chance of going onto his platform. But again, I just want to tell you that I appreciate you, and I do hope that you are like have your own breaks and self-care that you go through to kind of get away from the kind of demands that these kind of platforms take from you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you for that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Shiga, for coming up. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
So I'm going to be letting more people up, by the way. I'm going to try to get through everybody. But I just wanted to clarify, I am not a spokesperson for either of them. So if you have questions specifically about like any of them, like just know that I'm not a spokesperson. So this is predominantly only towards your perspectives on what happened, your perspectives around the situation. If you have any questions for me, clarifying questions, then I'm like letting you up. So just so you know. Patricia, I'm gonna go to you.
Now you can hear me? I think now it's
Yes.
better. Okay, thank you so much. I think we have to get to more deeper level to this situation. I think that people is doing that very superficial, but we have to get very deeper. Not just to talk about Dean and Parker, both of them. I think we have to talk all the people, because in my For You page, I think just not me, I saw a lot of not just content creators, I saw a lot of people who were crying for the deceased of this person, but none of them, I saw them crying for children getting massacred and eliminated across the global south. Not just across the global south, inside of their own country, because you guys have a lot of the people who live in the United States, you have a lot of mass shooting, specifically in institutions like children's. They go there, and I don't see most of these people crying when all of this happened against children, because I'm content creator, I'm activist, how Kobe said, well, Congo, but I am. For me, all the children are the same across the global south. I don't care the color of the skin. And it's so disturbing for me, very disturbing to see like people crying for somebody who said atrocities things out of his mouth, and you guys don't cry for your own children's. And another thing very disturbing to me, I'm gonna go deeper, is they call it like a Christian martyr, this guy. I don't think so. Jesus Christ, if he was here with all of us, could agree with the view of this man, because Jesus Christ was oppressed man, and he could be in the oppressed side. So call this man a Christian martyr, all of these things. I don't think this is very, I don't know how to explain that, because English is not my first language, but it's something very disturbing for me, because for me, the real Christian martyrs, or martyrs in general, are the children's we talk about like in Christian way, no? But are the children's in Palestine, Christian children's in Palestine, they even, all the atrocities happening to them, they smile and they give you joy, they give you a hope. Are the children's in Congo, because Congo is Christian country, are even the atrocities they're going through, they're smiling, giving you hope. That's the real, I don't know, but for me, that's the real, like, what Jesus was praising. And the children's, even in Ukraine, they're giving you joy and happiness, even they've been going through a lot. The children's in Eritrea, all the children's in the world, for me, are the true martyrs, the children's. And it's so disturbing for me to see grown adults crying for somebody who, if Jesus Christ was alive, could not like and call him a martyr, a Christian martyr. Like, that's one of the things most disturbing for me during these 2-3 days. This is happening. For me, it's so disturbing. Like, why? And the selective empathy, we talk about that in private, but it's so disturbing for me how, because I don't have selective empathy. I don't. I never had, and I will never gonna have. So for me, it's so like crazy, like there is people who have selective empathy. Why this man, you cry for him, but you don't cry for the millions of Christians in Congo, the thousands of Christians in Palestine, the thousands of Christians in Ukraine. Why you don't cry for them, but you cry for him, when these children are the ones to spread the true gospel, in my opinion. In my opinion, that children are the ones who spread the true gospel, Jesus Christ spread. So why you cry for somebody who spread hatred to the oppressed when Jesus Christ was a true oppressed? That's my question for everybody. Like, who can listen?
Yeah, it's like, to me, it's like what I really don't understand is that, do people understand how, like, the victims of Charlie Kirk feel when you're mourning him? Like, I feel like that's what people don't understand, right? When you're sitting there mourning this man who does not think that we should exist, like, how do people, like, how do you think that makes people feel? How do you think it makes people feel when this guy is actively challenging the humanity of billions of people, not even just millions, billions of people, right? The global majority. He's sitting there challenging the humanity of Black and brown people, of marginalized people, of the global South, of Muslims, of whatever it is, right? And then you're sitting there mourning this man. And so you're making it seem as if just because he died, like a violent death, albeit, but it makes it feel like you're saying now, okay, now he's exonerated from everything that he has done. Even though he isn't exonerated, like the people that he radicalized are still here. They're still going to continue being radicalized. They're still going to continue causing harm to people around them, to their communities. They're still going to go on because his ideology is going to live on, right? So I don't know. It just, to me, like really felt odd when I saw all these different people crying for him. And I'm just like, what the fuck? Do people not like recognize the humanity of other people? It's kind of like if people cried when Hitler died. And you're like, wait, what the fuck? Why is everyone crying for this person who just went and like unalived countless people, right? Or if people cried for like Jeffrey Dahmer or whatever it is. But I think like people are okay with crying because they downplay the harm that he causes. They say that, oh, he's a bad person. Oh, he's not a good guy. No, he's not a bad person. He's an abuser. Like, he's an abuser. He's not a bad person. He's like a flat out abuser. And you are downplaying or minimizing the harm that he causes. I think that's a problem. But yeah. Everybody, please follow Patricia. Patricia is just an amazing voice. She's a Congolese activist. She has lives where she talks about Congo. So please do follow her if you want to learn more about what is happening right now in Congo. But is there anything that you wanted to say, Patricia, or?
That just was my only thought, like about in the deeper way. I just want to tell the people, like, you can spread the gospel, but sometimes it's not a good gospel. Not everybody who spread the gospel is in the right way. So the true people, for me, in my opinion, who spread good the gospel are the children in the world, and we have to focus on them because right now the children in the global south are suffering and they need our attention as much as this guy, or more attention, and we should focus on the true issue, because for me it just it looks like some kind of distraction of something more bigger, and there is a lot happening, a lot to children's, and we have to focus on the children's because are the true light in this world and are the true reason for everything, and they are the true ones who spread the gospel. Doesn't matter which religion you are the true ones who spread the light. And yeah, I think just that. And you guys can follow. And I do have an initiative of GoFundMe for Congo. My link in my bio. So whoever can donate, you can donate. If not, you just share with your people. And thank you so much, Kawei, and everybody else. I'll see you in another live.
Thank you, Patricia. We need to host a live together, by the way. So for about Congo, I'd love for us to connect and host that live. But thank you very much. Nasty.
Hello, hi. I just had a quick question. So last night I was very, very disappointed in Dean's dismissive demeanor towards you, and as someone who has been watching him kind of just like every day since I've discovered him, I've been struggling all day with whether or not I want to continue to support him and watch him. I just really didn't appreciate the way he treated you last night, and I come on your live the first time instead of watching his, and I kind of just, I see that, you know, you say you're still friends with him, and seeing that you aren't too upset with him and you're willing to still like work with him and, you know, have these conversations with him.
I am very upset.
You are very upset? Mm-hmm. Okay, I do appreciate you saying that, because I've been very just conflicted all day whether to continue my support with someone who, you know, I thought, you know, was an ally towards us, I would say. But, you know, you actually being friends with him to see how dismissive he could be towards you and just unwilling to engage with any of your talking points, like that kind of frustrated me to no end. And I'm just having a hard time trying to find a way to support him further. And wanted your thoughts maybe about that.
Well, at the end of the day, like...
I'm sorry, my baby's screaming. I'm just going to mute real quick. But I'm listening.
Okay. So at the end of the day, like, whether you want to support somebody or not, that's like up to you. That's like your decision. I'm not going to make that decision for anybody. I'm not going to say that people should unfollow or follow or support or not support. That's not something I'm going to do. That's like your decision. I feel like you're an adult enough to make that decision. But yeah, I was upset. I did take the time off to try to process it. And then I like woke up today and I was like, oh, holy shit. It's crazy. I didn't know that so many people were talking about it. And there's a lot of misconceptions about it. He did say that we were going to talk in private. So a conversation is still going to happen in private. But the only reason why I wanted to, host this live was because there's like a lot of misconceptions that I wanted to clear up. Because there were people who were just spreading misinformation, especially on Reddit. I feel like Reddit literally is like demonic in my opinion. Yeah. So I like just wanted to kind of clarify some things with people. So yeah.
Can definitely, yeah, obviously I'm an adult or whatever, and my struggle is my own, and yes, I obviously will make my own decisions. I just wanted to know, I come on your live and see where your thoughts were still towards him, and I can see that you're still willing to give him a chance and have these conversations with him in private, and I hope you do, you know, find a way to reach him and get him to understand how his words were very extremely harmful towards us. And also, I don't know, I just wanted to know how do other people feel about what he said? Were they offended as well? Because I don't know, like, I feel like the country celebrated when, you know, Osama bin Laden, when they got him, when they got him, and it was no problem with us celebrating that. And I don't know, I just feel like with the death of CK, it's just like people are valid if they, I didn't celebrate. I mean, I don't celebrate the unaliving of anyone, but I understand why people would feel relief.
I'm okay with that as well. I'm okay with that as well. I think that people should not feel guilty for celebrating. I feel like whatever your reaction is, you're entitled to have that reaction.
Right, and Dean as well. I thought his reaction was valid. I understand your points that it does kind of minimize the harm that CK caused towards us, and I definitely understand that, but people are entitled to their natural visceral reactions, and that wasn't what bothered me, although it was very cringe. It wasn't what bothered me. It was the condemnation of the rest of us afterwards, and, you know, if you support me, but you support that, don't support me, you know, all of that was just, I don't know, extremely unnecessary. But I just wanted to pick your brain for just a tiny minute. I am going to start watching you way more because I need to find someone else to watch. And I appreciate you for sticking up for us. And I do hope that you are able to reach him with your private conversations. Thank you for talking with me.
I appreciate you too. I'm glad that you felt maybe represented, or you felt like seen. I think that is what changed my mind, because yesterday I was trying to process the whole conversation, whether I was right or wrong or whatever it is. But when I saw a lot of messages that I received of people saying that they felt seen or represented. I think I don't regret anything. So I appreciate you for coming up and sharing your 2 cents as well.
Thank you again. Bye.
No problem. Bye. Platty. Good evening. Yes, you did.
And I'd have to catch up. But I just wanted to say that I'm not just gonna sit here and fake sympathy for someone who mocked my religion and said that black people were better off enslaved, laughed at the Palestinians and their suffering. I'm a Palestinian, by the way. And somehow he justified booming babies. Like he stood with a regime that in just the last 3 days, I'm sure that some of you have seen it in the news. They boomed a lot of countries: Yemen, Tunisia, Syria, Qatar, and you know there is more to come. So I saw something ironic when he was unalive, that the prime minister of Izzy tweeted prayers for him, and I couldn't help but think, if that's who's praying for you in your grave, what does that say about the life you live?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I get that some people are celebrating. I don't agree with celebrating death, but I also can't feel sorry for him. Because, after all, he built his platform on hate. And he died unalived, through violence. And now, like, all the fame he had, the followers, the money, nothing will help him. Because down there's no brand, there's no cloud, there's no spin. It's just you facing the reality of what you put into the world. And I might have seen some of the things that happened with you. I just want to say, like, do people not realize that there's something called freedom of speech? Maybe this concept is like non-existent anymore, especially in the global West. It means that you're allowed to say how you feel. If I choose not to mourn someone who spent their life abusing others, that doesn't make me wrong. The same way, if someone chooses to mourn him, that's their right. Freedom of speech protects both, but refusing to mourn an abuser isn't cruelty. It's moral clarity. It's saying, I'm not going to rewrite history just to make people comfortable. Like, we can't start policing grief, because when you do that, you're not just silencing opinions, you're erasing the voices of the people who lived through the harm that person caused. I don't know if some of you are aware, but the day before he was unalived, he was in an interview with Ben Shapiro, and he questioned whether the media is being honest about Israel. And he pointed out that conservatives had no problem challenging COVID lockdowns, vaccine mandates, and open borders. So why not question Israel too? I think he even admitted that he'd become more open-minded after asking those questions himself. That should tell you something about how deep the cracks are in the narrative, and why asking hard questions matters, no matter who it makes uncomfortable. At the end of the day, in my opinion, I would say death is the destroyer of all pleasures. Today it's him, tomorrow it might be one of us. So leave behind good, walk without arrogance, and the most important thing of all, don't let this moment distract you from what's really happening on ground, whether it's in Palestine, whether it's in Sudan, in Congo, in any oppressed country, because when it's your turn to go down there, the only thing that will matter is the legacy that you left behind. I don't think I have anything more to add. But
Thank you very much, Freddie. I appreciate you.
I believe there's a lot to talk about.
Yeah, we can talk about it later. But yeah, I appreciate you for coming up. Thank you very much. Well, I will be dropping you. I'm going to the next person. I'm gonna be letting everybody up, y'all. Please. Yeah. Tia.
Hi.
I'm so sorry. I muted you. I tried to send you an invite. I'm so sorry. I tried to send you an invite. Can you unmute again? Okay, my bad. I tried to send you an invite.
Hi, friend.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm okay. What about you?
I'm good. I'm going to keep it short and sweet because I want you to be able to let other people up, or if you want to keep me up here, it's up to you. But I was able to watch a little bit with you and Dean, and I do know that that's your friend. I wanted to ask you, is it your idea to, I'm not driving, I'm in the passenger seat, I promise. Was it your idea to talk in private, or?
I think it was his idea. He mentioned it in the live. And then I messaged him and said I'm still open for a private conversation, and then he reached out to me. But he was the one, I think, he mentioned it online.
Okay. I just wanted to say to you, you are a beautiful person inside and out. Your heart is gold. Like, you're an empath. You're probably the only person that I've ever like really talked to behind the scenes up here. And I just want to say that his dismissiveness, and that's just my opinion, his dismissiveness towards you publicly speaks volumes. And in my opinion, regardless of what is said in private, I feel like it matters more publicly. Okay. I have always, I watch Dean sometimes, not as much as I used to, not after the whole F Yourself America tour and everything like that. But I just want you to always be cautious, because you deserve friends that are loyal to you. Your loyalty should always be matched. And I think it is absolutely commendable how loyal you are to Dean, and you're willing to give that second chance and talk in private. But I will say that you still need to be cautious. I don't want anyone taking advantage of you. And if he was deconstructing and doing the work that he is supposed to be doing, there's no way that he would have reacted the way that he did about Charlie Kirk. Okay? I just want you to be careful. And the main point I just wanted to say is, you may have a different opinion if he was being dismissive or not. Okay? Your opinion may be different than others. But I just feel that the same way that he reacts to you publicly should be the same way he reacts privately. Privately, I understand that the two of you are friends, and y'all speaking privately obviously is something that friends do. But I just think, especially with it being his idea, I just think him and the way that he reacted publicly and his dismissiveness is something that you should keep in the front of your mind, not in the back.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
And you know I love you.
I love you too.
And that's just from one sister to another. I mean, I'll talk to you more behind the scenes. I just want you to be careful, because I'm very protective over you. And I don't want to see you get hurt. And I'm not going to say what other people say, because you and I have talked about this. We know what other people say when it comes to your relationship with Dean and Parker. You know, I do think that they are very privileged YT men, cis YT men. And I just think that I want you to proceed with caution, because you deserve the best of friends. You deserve friends that are going to match your loyalty, Athena. Okay?
Yeah.
All right. That's all I wanted to tell you. You deserve the world. And you deserve friends that, especially if I don't know, have you ever like helped Dean as far as like, you know, referred books to him or anything like that? Okay. That's great. I'm just saying that what you did last night, and just being a representation, an absolutely phenomenal representation of us, that took a lot of courage, in my opinion, and I'm sure everyone else feels the same way, to actually put your friend on blast like that. I know that wasn't easy for you, okay? But you hear the beeping. But I just want you to sum it up. I just want you to be careful, because I don't like the way that he treated you publicly. I don't like the dismissiveness. I don't like how he was looking at his phone. I just don't like it at all. And I just don't think that you deserve that. So no matter what is spoken between the two of you privately, I want you to keep in mind the way he treated you publicly. Okay?
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I think we'll write in private as well. I appreciate you very much.
All right. You can drop me, and I love you.
Love you too.
Bye.
Bye. Nicole, is that a new account?
It's not new necessarily. I mean, I guess I got it like a year or two ago, but this is my art account. My other account is like gone for a week. Well, actually, no, I'm getting it back tomorrow. But, you know, I got it for obvious reasons, just talking about this topic alone. They got me. What am I going to do? This was a lot. Let me just start off with that. Like, I understand, first of all, this was a lot. For having to talk about this topic as a whole, and even though you spoke with the most neutral of opinions, the most very calming nature of opinions, to be honest, like the most tame I've seen in forms of opinions on this, and still the amount of vitriol that you receive regardless should be a testament to the fact that it doesn't matter what our responses are. Generally, so it does not matter. We are still going to be met with vitriol no matter what. So the tone policing, the all of that, it doesn't matter. Because at the end of the day, remember this. Y'all remember when the CEO was, and Luigi did his thing, right? Y'all remember that, right? Where was this morality policing then? On a grand scale, it was not there. Y'all remember that, right?
Well, that's because Luigi is hot. That's why.
That and the fact that the issue in question was capitalism. Mm-hmm. Kirk's rhetoric directly was racism and fascism, which literally affects more specific demographics of people. And that is why the energy was not the same. I'm going to call it what it is. So quite literally, my general stances on that is that people are acting more morally policing and more morally superior than others now because, again, it's not things that hit home to them. It's not. And I just want to say we cannot expect people who do not feel the brunt of these things to understand, to even empathize with us directly on these things. And again, like specifically for Dean and out of respect for you and understanding that, again, this is your mutual, this is your friend, this is someone you have conversations behind closed doors with. he has had blind spots before. This is not new. He's had blind spots before where he has been anti-Indigenous and claimed indigeneity from a secret tribe in Utah in order to dismiss the feelings of Indigenous people in a conversation. And this was months ago. This was months ago. This was not even something years ago or something we could say prior to his rebranding as a leftist. So again, I just need to get people to understand that, again, at the end of the day, these people are going to have their self-interest first. Even though they may not outright say it, it will show in their bias in the way that they treat these situations.
Oh,
I think personally, Dean has a lot of growing to do.
I'm so sorry, Nicole.
Yeah, go
Mods, can y'all block Blown? That person sent me death threats yesterday. Telling me that I'm next. Blown02. If you guys find him, please, can y'all, he's in the chat. Can y'all block, not only mute them, but block them? Thank you. Continue. Thank you, guys. Mm-hmm. Sorry, continue, Nicole.
No, you're good. You're good. Yeah, it's okay. If anything is going on in your life, you handle that. That's cool. But to finish with that point, again, these blind spots in question that we are talking about with Dean, I feel like it's going to continue to be a repetitive problem. And until there is general growth from those blind spots that we are discussing, should I think that he should be continuing to do the debates and platforming himself on this grand scale? Because again, these blind spots that we are talking about are going to continue to harm more BIPOC at the end of the day. And right now, the BIPOC community as a whole, in their response and their feelings, we're feeling polarized by him. A lot of his fans and supporters that are BIPOC are feeling polarized right now by the things that he has said. So quite literally, it's going to come down to this. He is either going to be receptive and grow from this and continue to move forward with that, or he is going to double down on this, be dismissive, and understand, and we're simply going to have to understand that this is what he chose, this is what he's going to continue to do, and there's nothing we could do about that. We just got to take it for what it is and move on accordingly. We can't change these people at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And that's all I need to say on that matter.
Thank you very much, Nicole, for saying that. I appreciate you. I'm gonna drop you. I'm just letting people up to say stuff, but I appreciate you very much. Hope you have a good day. Becca.
Hi, Voice Twin. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you? Oh, no, seriously. I want to ask you, how are you? Because I know this is a lot for you. And I want to make sure that you are prioritizing your mental health. So how are you?
Yeah. I'm hanging in there. But it's not only because of this. Already mentally I haven't been doing well. Generally. So yeah. I hang in there.
I know. And you know that you have a wonderful community that is so supportive, and we love you so much. And if you ever need anything, Athena, you know you can reach out to us. We are here to support you. And we are so appreciative of how you handled yourself with Dean, and how obviously the conversation did not go the way that you wanted to go. And how he received it was not the way that you wanted him to receive it. And like everyone else has said before, it's not fair. And being Black women, we, it's hard out here. It's draining, it's tiring, it's exhausting, it's never ending. But we're here for you, and we love you and appreciate you. And I just want to make sure that you're okay.
Thank you.
Of course, because I can tell from your face. But I just want to make sure that you're okay. And that I know. Maybe, I mean, it is 2:30 in the morning for us, so.
You don't have a poker face? That's crazy.
No, my love, you do not have a poker face. I hate to tell you. But I have a question. What was your hope? What would you want, or how would like Dean to receive your talk with him?
So I don't necessarily just want to center like Dean. I think in general what my hope was,
or anybody that agreed with Dean. Yeah,
exactly. My hope was that people just have like a different perspective, because I feel like the perspective on like a lot of the lives was just predominantly like through like a very white male lens, mostly. It was mostly people who felt like they had the moral high ground to be telling other people how they should be feeling. And I felt like, to me, like, I know that like I'm in a private server with a couple of friends, and I was practically like a little bit crashing out, I'm not gonna lie, because I was like, what the hell is going on? And people know that I always talk about like Libya. And people know that I always keep literally telling people like there are people being enslaved in Libya. And I talk about Sudan all the time as well, and I talk about Congo as well. But most of my content is about like Libya, right? So for the past couple of like months, I feel like I've been literally like yelling into the void with like nobody paying attention to it or nobody even talking about it, right? So the first thing that came up to my mind was, oh, people do have empathy, but they just choose to be selective.
Exactly.
People do know how to cry, but they just choose to be selective. And then that like was so jarring to me. Like it was so jarring. I was so irritated because every live that I went into, I literally saw people saying like, oh, we need to mourn this person. We need to mourn this person. We need to mourn this person. And I'm very open in talking about how like my cousin was enslaved in Libya, right? And I don't know, like my family doesn't know where he is. And there are so many other countless families who have lost like a family member as well, right? So like, I was like, wait, so then Charlie Kirk's life matters more than the people who are in Libya. And like, I hosted a live with a person who was formerly enslaved in Libya, right? When she was 15 years old. And the reaction that I saw to her was very different when she was literally sitting here talking about her experiences as a person who was enslaved. And I thought to myself, why the fuck is this man's life worth more than her life? And it really made me mad. And what made me even more mad was that people were saying, you're not allowed to feel apathy towards this person who was dehumanizing you. And I thought to myself, why? Like, why am I being gaslit into thinking that this is normal? It's not normal. Why am I being gaslit into thinking that not mourning for people who are being enslaved is normal, but then somehow you have to mourn this person who was a piece of shit, like who was an abuser? And that's what kept running through my mind. Like I just tried to ignore it. I was like, I'm just going to ignore it. I'm going to ignore it. And I kept scrolling like live into live into live, and I saw people being worried. I saw people like being, I don't know, like worried, concerned, sad, saying that people were not allowed to celebrate, or people had to mourn, or people weren't allowed to feel indifferent. And it just like, it kept getting like the point of marginalized people don't matter kept getting hammered like home. That point, right? That point of, oh, marginalized people don't matter. You don't matter. And
your opinion it doesn't matter at all.
Exactly. And that opinion doesn't matter enough for it to even be taken into account during this conversation. So that's what was running through my mind. Long story short, just, it was very jarring. I would say the word I would say is jarring.
Yeah. And I just want to remind, I know you already know this, but everyone in the chat and everyone that's listening, it's okay to feel indifferent or refuse to mourn or grieve the death of an enlivenment of an oppressor. It's okay. Nobody is obligated to grieve someone who has caused harm to you, to your community, or to anybody else. Just because this white tea society says that we should. Please remember that.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Of course. Please take care of yourself, okay, my love?
Yeah, thank you very much for coming up and sharing your 2 cents.
Thank you for letting us up. We really appreciate you, and we are always behind you.
Thank you, Becca. I appreciate you guys, twin.
Bye.
Bye. Jake, I haven't seen you in ages.
I've literally never seen you, and when I saw your face, I was like, oh my God, she's just as gorgeous as she is brilliant. So have you been like coming on live with your face on lately?
I have in the past, yeah.
I've literally never seen you, so get it. Anyway, so like I feel like I missed out yesterday on whatever happened.
You can just also address the whole Charlie Kirk situation.
So, I mean, obviously when I first saw it, I was kind of like secretly like, this is kind of a relief, and that was my first like gut reaction. And right after I opened social media, I saw Parker crying on social media, and I was like, well, that's weird. And then
that's because he was there, like he was at
That's exactly right. So like, I feel like what is something that everybody has to like work really hard to do is like see things from other people's perspectives. And like, I know that Dean has literally debated this guy face to face, and I think that when you see somebody in real life and that person is tangible, it's much different than, unfortunately, a child in Gaza that was martyred, right? And like, for me, obviously, like I have much, much, much more empathy for each individual child in Gaza that has lost their lives than Charlie Kirk, right? I have much more empathy for all of the children that have died been unalived this year from pew pew shootings at schools than I do for Charlie Kirk.
Or the children currently being starved in Sudan or Congo or Haiti being unalived. Yeah.
I mean, like, yes, all of that, all of the above before Charlie Kirk, but shortly after, like I learned of the information, I did think about his 2 daughters that he has that were there, that saw that, and the trauma that that's going to cause on them. And from what I understand, like one of his daughters like went running up to him to try to help him. And for me, like that's what really broke me was just like understanding, like, regardless of like how terrible of a fucking guy this guy was, he had people that loved him, right? And like, as radical as we know that he was, somebody on his side thinks that we're radical over here too. And like, I don't know, I'm like a very big person for like trying to like meet somewhere in the middle, and like I may never see eye to eye with you, but like I could get with you somewhere in the middle. And like, okay, fine, people need their pew-pews, but like, how about we control them a little bit? Like, pew-pews are the problem. Like, and I'm really shocked by the amount of people now who are like, arm up and like take the liberals out because the liberals are the problem, rather than saying, wow, one of our own got taken out. I'm like, literally, this man literally advocated for his exact fate, and people fail to see like the irony and like him saying, hey, if some people have to be unalived to have the Second Amendment right, then like that's a sacrifice I'm willing to take. Like, real funny, because I think that like if you were pew-pewed in the face and mauled for life and had to live as like a disabled person for the rest of your life, rather than like I honestly, like, one of my feelings I felt was like he kind of got off easy. Like, I almost kind of wish like he didn't unalive, because like then like would we see him say like, hey, you know what, like that pew pew was actually the problem. It wasn't like the radicals. And I saw somebody like in the comments saying like, the person that shot pew-pewed him was a liberal. Actually, like, they did an interview with the guy's grandma. Did you see that? They interviewed the guy's grandma, and she said that she doesn't know of any Democrats in her family. So like, the guy very likely could have been conservative. I don't know.
We don't know. Yeah. The point was he was from Utah. He was white. I think that's the most important thing. But I don't think he was like a leftist or like a liberal. But
I mean, according to his grandmother, he was not. Like, who knows like what his personal beliefs were like that he didn't share with his grandmother. But according to his grandmother, she said like she doesn't know of any Democrats in the family. So, I mean, like, everybody was sitting here trying to paint this picture of the guy that took Charlie Kirk out, and like it very likely could have been very wrong from what everybody was expecting it to be.
yeah, I feel like regardless of what it is, the point is that I feel complete apathy towards him. I don't think of reaching him where he is, and I think that if a marginalized person also feels complete apathy towards them, then that's also valid. I think if a person feels relief that they have one less abuser out there, that's also 100% valid. I don't think people should be shamed, especially if they're marginalized, if they're a woman, or if they're Black or whatever it is. They don't have to. There is no obligation for them to mourn their abuser.
Do you have empathy for his children?
His children, yeah, because they witnessed that firsthand. I don't think any child should be witnessing that firsthand. I don't think any child should be seeing death firsthand. But I don't have any empathy for him. I don't have any empathy for his wife. I think his wife knows that he's a racist. She's probably a racist, not probably. She is definitely a racist like he is. which is why she decided to marry him. So I don't feel any empathy for either of them. The only people I could extend grace to or empathy is towards the children, because they're innocent in this. But the parents, not really, no.
That's pretty much what I feel along the lines of as well. I mean, as far as like, I think with like Parker and Dean, like from like I said, I didn't see what happened yesterday, but like seeing their posts, which like it's not like I went to their page and like looked at all of their videos. I just saw like what came up on my FYP, and from what I've seen, like I feel like maybe for them it hits very close to home because it's a matter of like supposedly somebody took this man out for his beliefs and his freedom of speech. And if you praise that, then that's a very slippery slope because now people are going to come for you from the other side. And that's not like you have to really draw the line in the sand and like definitely make sure that it's not okay for people to feel like this is anywhere near okay for anything like this to happen as far as like an aspect of freedom of speech goes. Because like I said before, like as radical as I look at this guy and most likely as the wife, I've never heard her speak a word in my life. But like the fact that she's married to this man, I would imagine that she's just as radical as he is. From their perspective, like they think we're radical too. Like they think like, why do you care?
No, I don't think it's correct to equalize it because I don't think like regardless if people think you're radical or not, like people are not advocating for certain people to be discriminated against, for certain people to be dehumanized. I think the issue with him is he literally challenged the humanity of people for simply existing, and I don't think that like I don't think that it's fair to say, well, I mean, we think they're radical and they think leftists are. I don't think that's like fair because like leftists are radical because they want healthcare. Like leftists are radical because they want, I don't know, like more protection at schools. Like leftists are radical because they, I don't know, want more protection for single parent households, right? So that's not extreme. Whereas if you go to like the other side, people want to go back to segregation. Like that is something that's completely different. Like people want to go back to segregation. People like Charlie Kirk was saying that black people were better off under slavery because they were less violent. Like this guy literally said black people were committing less crimes under slavery. Like this guy is just like a fascist, right? And I think like it's unfair to compare like the right wing with left wing because it's just it minimizes and downplays how harmful right wing and fascist rhetoric is. So yeah.
I mean, I get what you're saying. I mean, I feel like from their perspective, they do look at like free healthcare or like healthcare for all as like this extreme radical belief. And like, although like I can't rationalize that, like I can't rationalize what's going on in Gaza from day one. Like I could never, honestly, like a week in, I could never rationalize what was happening in Gaza. And there are so many people on the other side that's like, how could you not? Like these people are T's and like from their perspective and like I don't know what is their lived experience to have like become this polarized and this radicalized to feel that way, but like I can't say how like they should feel, and I honestly will never know how they feel because
I don't care though. I don't care. Like I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I don't care. Like I do. Like if a person who's a Zionist comes up and says, "Oh yeah, these people are too radical. because they want to defend themselves, like, I don't care that you think that they're radical. I'm not going to sit here and legitimize your opinion. The same way I'm not going to sit there and legitimize, let's say, a Yahtzee's opinion. I'm not going to legitimize a slave master's opinion, because to them, let's say, for example, a Jewish person simply existing and having equal rights is radical. A black person simply existing and having equal rights is radical. A person who's disabled simply existing and having equal rights is radical, right? So if a person is that delusional in trying to rationalize a dehumanization, I am not going to sit here and center what they have to say and bother to try to understand them. Like, at this point, like you mentioned, like Gaza, right? Like, you are literally seeing babies being blown up on like your phone screen. And if there's anybody who is sitting there trying to rationalize the unaliving of innocent men, women, and children, because we always talk about the women and children, we also need to talk about the innocent men, because they also don't deserve to die, right? But if anybody's going to sit here and try to rationalize any of that, I don't bother centering your perspective. Like, I'm not, you're far gone. Like, you're literally far gone. You're not rational anymore. So, I think that is the issue. The issue here is that people try to reason with a fascist. You cannot reason with a fascist. Like, a fascist is a person who is far gone. If they are willing to open up, to deconstruct or unlearn some of their harmful things, fine. They can sit down in the back quietly with their notes app open and take notes. But if they are a fascist trying to normalize their rhetoric or have you legitimize it, then no. You can't. Like, being a fascist is illogical. You will never ever make sense to a fascist. So,
but do you feel like a fascist deserves to have their power taken away, or do you feel like a fascist deserves to have a pew pew to the face?
I'm not going to talk about pew pew. Like, I'm not going to sit here incriminating them. But no, I don't think fascists deserve any power. No.
Okay, then we're literally the same. Like, I agree. Yeah. But like, I just, for me, like, I think that what happened the other day to Charlie, like, couldn't have happened to a better person, especially given the things that he's called for in the past. Do I think that he actually deserved to be unalived? Like, no, I don't think so. And I think that, like, some people are expressing that part of it, maybe like Dean or Parker, they're expressing that a little bit too strong, and it's coming off to people like, they're like, oh no, he deserved to have a front seat, and he deserved to have, you know, the platform and everything where he was able to influence the greater amount of people that he was, and spread his rhetoric. But I don't believe that, like, they actually feel like he deserved that. Does that make sense? Or maybe something was said to you last night on the live that, like, I'm not privy to, and maybe I've got it wrong. I don't know.
I mean, like, that is like a private conversation that I'm gonna be having already. Like, I did have that conversation in public yesterday, but that is, and the reason as to why maybe people might wonder, like, why I had that conversation in public. I chose to have that conversation in public because I felt like this was like a perspective that needed to be injected in the general discourse, and I felt like it was missing. And I felt like if I chose to have this conversation in public, in front of people, it was going to then actively inject this different perspective into the conversation. But like, other than that, like, privately, I am going to be talking about it further, like, with them privately. It's just, yeah, other than that, like, I'm not going to spend time on, like, Charlie Kirk. I'm not gonna spend time humanizing him. I'm not gonna spend time talking about him. I'm not going to spend time mourning him or whatever it is, like talking about like how traumatized his kids are. I'm not going to do that. George Floyd also had a daughter. Nobody sits here trying to humanize George Floyd. Like, people literally spent every fucking time spent their time making memes about him, talking about how he passed away because of a substance abuse, and were bastardizing him and his legacy and spreading misinformation about him attacking a pregnant woman when he never did that, right? So they did not care about his kids. They didn't care whether his kids were watching that. I remember one day there was this guy on a live spreading so much misinformation about him, about how he attacked this pregnant woman, and I corrected him on that misinformation, and then I got like a DM from his cousin, from George Floyd's cousin. They DM'd me and they told me thank you for speaking up about my cousin. And I'm thinking to myself, how many times has this man been dehumanized in public, and his family members saw that dehumanization happening? But we never humanize. But that's the crux of it, right? We never humanize Black people enough, or marginalized people enough, to think, what if their family members are watching? What if their children are watching? We never think that. But when it comes to a white person or a man, like a white man especially, all of a sudden we start individualizing and humanizing this person. Oh, but he died in front of his kids. Oh, but like it's so traumatic. Oh, but like this and that and this and that. And I'm just like, I don't care. I do not care to humanize Charlie Kirk.
But like from my perspective, I feel like everybody should be humanized. So just like George Floyd should be humanized and people shouldn't be making up lies about him. And like the problem is, like, George Floyd's family knew George for like his entire life, and they knew what was true and what was not true. And since nobody knew George Floyd's name until that day when they knew it, like anybody could have made up any wild story from like 2 years ago or any point in time from before that, and like nobody would know any different to argue against that and take his defense like you did, obviously. You know what I'm saying? But like, I think that instead of like saying these people should be dehumanized because you're dehumanizing these people.
I don't have the power to dehumanize Charlie Kirk. I don't have any institutions. I don't have any social currency. I, as a Black woman, don't have the power to dehumanize Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk has all the institutions to humanize him. So is white people. White people in general are fine. White people cannot be dehumanized. You literally have, as a white person, whole institutions that advocate for you. You have whole structures and systems that advocate for you. You have a whole society that advocates for you as a white person. You literally grow up in a society where you are centered. Society caters to you. Policing, the judicial system, the media, the general discourse literally caters to humanizing white people. That is not my job. I don't have the power to dehumanize a white person. I'm just trying to prevent people from dehumanizing me and dehumanizing people who look like me. But a white person is fine. Trust me. Like a white person does not need me to advocate for them or to humanize them when they got whole institutions doing that. This guy literally got the whole West talking about him. He got the media talking about him. He got Trump talking about him. He got people crying for him.
And look, the guy's got flags at half staff, which
exactly.
is absolute and complete utter bullshit. And I do see where you're coming from, but it's I strongly believe that it's kind of like a tit for tat thing, and I stand with you, and I am on your side with this, but at the same time, there's also a breaking point as well, where everybody has to be on the I'm going to help this person up, and on their way up, they're going to help me up type
I
of.
can't do that though. I can't do that. Like I can't do that. I can't like I can't afford to help myself. How am I going to help a white person? If I am prioritizing everybody else, but nobody prioritizes black people, who is going to prioritize black people?
Well, if I'm prioritizing you, right?
You don't though. White people don't prioritize black people. Because if white people prioritize black people, we wouldn't have had racism. Like, racism in 2025 would not have existed if a majority of white people actually did prioritize black people. They don't. Nobody does. Like, even POC communities do not prioritize black people. POC communities expect black people to prioritize them, but they don't prioritize black people either. Like, historically, if you look at it, it has always been black people prioritizing everybody else, and then when everybody else gets their rights, they just neglect black people, and then it's black people stuck there because nobody has paid attention to them. So no, even majority of white people don't prioritize black people. You don't like majority of white people are not actively doing the work to deconstruct their racism. They're not doing anti-racist community work. A majority of white people are actually not doing something against racism.
Right, because they're not affected by it.
They're not. They benefit off of it. Yeah, they benefit off of it. So
and you're right. They benefit off of it like that, and that's. I think that what I'm talking about is like spreading that bring other people up spirit with everybody, but with these people as well. And like, I don't know. I think that unfortunately, like I've kind of lost hope in humanity. And I think that everybody fucking sucks. And it's very unfortunate that we've come to a place where we have as a human race. But from my perspective, I look at it like the human race, like all of us, all 8 billion people on Earth, not like I completely am the type of person that's like, why the fuck do we have borders? Like, why do we have borders? What would this world be if like we didn't have borders? Like, we're all on this earth and we literally have 80 to 100 years tops to like get through this life. And then like my personal belief is like we get to do it again and like we learn from our experiences in this lifetime. So like, why are we sitting here like focusing? And this is like part of the reason why I don't agree with people like Charlie Kirk is because it's like to call people illegal and like I just don't like understand that line of thinking. Mm-hmm. And I don't know. I just think that like if everybody across the board tried to bring other people up around them, like, yeah, maybe I knocked that person down, but I'm bringing this person up. And in turn, the person that I'm bringing up brings somebody else up that brings that person that I knocked down up. And like, we all rise as a community all together and everybody does better instead of like saying like, no, I feel like
it's not happening though, Jake. That's not happening though. But I've noticed that there are so many other people on the panel who have been waiting for a long time. And I think like we've talked for like probably 30 minutes. I do think that next time when I do host like a debate live, you could definitely come up and we could have like a one-on-one. But for now, I am going to go to Jay because they have been patiently waiting. So
love you, Cubby.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jake. I appreciate you. You can come up another time. Oh, what the hell? The person just Jay, you've been waiting very patiently. So
it's all good. It's all good. First and foremost, I hope you are well or as well as could be imagined. I hope you have some water nearby as well because awesome. Good. All right. So I'm going to try not to take up too much of your time, but I start by saying this. When you read and research history, often, actually, it's hard to look at what happened the other day and one, feel sorry, and two, not put it in perspective. Freedom of speech is not freedom of consequences of said speech, whether you agree with the consequences or not. However, in American history, the ones who have been taken out the most because of their speech are often left leaning to some degree or another. Medgar Evers, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, Viola Liuzzo, James Reed, Harry and Harriet Moore, Fred Hampton, Alan Berg, Carlo Tresca, James Chaney, Andrew Goldman, look, all the way down to Harvey Milk. And I'm sure I'm forgetting some. Surprisingly, and I do mean surprisingly, right-leaning and far-right figures don't meet this same fate. And when they do, it's often somebody from their own camp. There are very few in recorded history, specifically in this country, that meets that. So I guess he's rare, at least in that regard. The other thing is this. Somebody told me I was extreme for saying this. Even told me that they was going to hunt me down like an animal. Facebook is a wild place. Only thing I would have to say to that gentleman is I'm from Alabama, and you might not want to do that. History often repeats itself, and if we're not paying attention to it, it'll hit us before we know it. When you read Schindler's My Struggle, because I'm sure I can't say what the actual name is when it's, of course, and you listen to groups like Turning Point USA, you'll notice the familiar rhymes in it. Both of them start with the same story. We're under attack. Schindler said that the German people were being destroyed by Marxists and Jewish people, of course. Turning Point USA said young conservatives are being silenced by liberals, by immigrants, by black people, by the woke culture, even though they can't define what that word actually means. Then comes the enemy. It's always clear, it's simplified and demonized. Schindler told them who it was for them. For Turning Point USA, it's progressives, it's universities, it's anyone who challenges traditional America. And traditional America ain't never worked out for people who look like me. And both of them obsess over youth. Schindler said the future of Germany lived in the minds of the young. Turning Point USA said the same thing. It said the future of America is on college campuses, and that's why he was having tours there. The trick is always the same. They offer simple answers to these very complex problems. They promise a return to this golden age that honestly never really existed. Distrust professors, intellectuals, critical thinkers, and repeat the message over and over again until it feels like the truth. So even if you don't want to look at Turning Point USA as though it's Nazi Germany, the strategies, the playbook, that manipulation of fear and nostalgia and identity, we've heard that rhyme before. And if we don't stop that rhyme, it's going to turn into a full song. Last thing I'll say is this. I'm from Alabama. I went to Alabama State. I have a deep, deep love for HBCUs, not just mine. I'm still familiar with people who went there, some of the people who still teach there, some of the parents who are now taking their kids there. And seeing someone drive at speeds that could absolutely get them put behind bars to get to that campus yesterday, to get their freshman daughter off campus because she was scared. I'm not going to forget seeing that. I'm not going to forget the way she looked, like she had one mission and she didn't see anything in anybody else. Black folks, and black folks specifically, I'm going to tell you this. We talk a lot about generational trauma, right? All right. Generational trauma is colonizers beating submission so deep into your ancestors that it passed down to you, showing respect and empathy and reverence for literal white supremacists and death. You can break that. You ain't got to feel sorry about it. In fact, you can do like old boy that I know across town who said he putting something on the grill tomorrow. I ain't gonna judge you. Matter of fact, I'm trying to get over there and get me a plate tomorrow. I ain't working. So, and my man get down on that grill now. So, look, I don't be revisionist about who this person was. They're trying to compare him to the likes of Martin Luther King Jr., the same person in whom he said was a civil rights figure, like he was made up, like he wasn't an actual person, who said that he was a horrible person. With that, I think I'm gonna pause right there, and I'm gonna thank you, Kobe, for allowing me up, for allowing all of us up at this moment, and hopefully, when this live is over, you take the break that you deserve, that you truly need.
Thank you. I appreciate you. This was a very nice palate cleanser, by the way. I just wanted to say that, but thank you very much.
Look, I try not to say too many unsavory things about the gentleman in whom we had to stop, but I think he was looking to be called a good white, and I'm not interested in that. Y'all be good.
I appreciate you. Have a good evening. Okay, Nafi.
Can you please skip me for now?
Okay.
Thank you.
Moon Fakaruna.
How are you?
I'm okay. What about you?
I'm good. I hope you're doing well with everything. It must be a lot of pressure on you. I just wanted to say I came on here because I thought I would offer a unique perspective because as someone, I was born and raised in Libya. I am Libyan. But then you brought up my country, which I think you have every right to do so. I am fully aware of what's happening. And I just wanted to show how this is so deeply interlinked and how people don't understand how American politics so deeply affects us and the countries around us. Because obviously, if it wasn't due to the destabilization of my country, that wouldn't be happening, right? And it's wrong, and the people are wrong, and I think it is insane that it's happening. And I am very empathetic, and you know, I grew up in a country where I was under Gaddafi, and then I watched the war happen. I didn't leave the country. I only left like a year ago, actually. I watched him die. I watched America come, you know, everything that happened. And I watched my country be called a failed state, right? So I was actively following Charlie Kirk, actually. And people don't understand, but the Libyan people in general are really aware of what's happening right now. And it's actually on Libyan headlines, right? And he would always, every time he mentioned Libya, he would call it a failed state. And the oil and everything interlinked with that. And I also find it so difficult to find empathy for someone who doesn't acknowledge what happened due to the politics that he supports in my country. And I think what we're seeing right now is a very clear. I want to be nice about it, but it's just white guilt, you know. White leftists, they can read all the theory, they can read all the books and act empathetic, but you will never truly understand unless you've lived it, you know, unless you've actually lived what's happening. And that's why I don't think we should be, yes, you could look at them and it's really nice to have people from the other side speak for marginalized people and see, it is kind of refreshing, but I never would ever support them because at the end of the day, that is so deeply just literally ingrained into their brain to be like that, you know? And I don't know, I am very sorry that you are on here and having to kind of defend yourself because I know this is why you came on here. And it's just, because, you know, now people are blaming just the lack of empathy, I guess that's what we could call it, of people for celebrating this. And I find it so difficult to muster that empathy, because it's just so sad to see people celebrating, because I am half Palestinian, to see people celebrating this, what's happening right now in Gaza, and then crying over what happened to that man who doesn't even think that the country exists, the country of Palestine. And I understand that your immediate reaction, you can't help it, but doubling down, because I did see Dean double down on his views. I just don't understand how you could do that. You know, I don't understand how you could cry about someone, because I do think that's coming from a place of privilege. I do think that saying that, you know, that this is still a person, they have a family, is very much undermining the perspective of people who have been deeply affected by this person's words. Because, you know, words do, because even if he didn't apply any rules, even if he didn't do anything to actually inflict change, which I do believe he has, but let's say he hasn't, your words are so powerful, and this person was so deeply platformed, and he had so many followers, and I don't see how people celebrating this could be bad. I personally, I'm very indifferent to this. I've never even stepped foot in America. I can't step foot in America just due to where I'm from. I actually have been applying to universities in America a couple months ago, and I just could not go just because of where I'm from. So just the way the politics is right now, and the fact that so many people have no access to good education, people who came from these countries that were destabilized by America, right, by America, and they just don't have access to education because it was taken from their countries. And then when they try to leave for a better life, due to the politics that he supports, it was taken away from them. And I do see a lot of the people who are in my position as well, who are celebrating this, and I'm not going to condemn them for that, because, you know, their life was taken away from them in their perspective. And again, I do see a lot of the comments talking about Libya. And again, I will say this, I will never support what is happening actively. And I do also want to clarify, I'm not from the west of Libya. Libya is currently split into two states, the west and the east. I am from the east. But, you know, it is very heartbreaking, because everything that's happening is due to not having a stable government. I do like to remind people, Libya doesn't have a president. Libya doesn't have a stable government. Libya is a lawless state. It is very sad what's happened to the country and what is happening to people who are being enslaved in the country. And it is like really, I'm not going to say it's fully because of America, because it is people in Libya who are actively partaking, Libyans in it, because, you know, money. But it would not have been possible if it wasn't for the destabilization of the country, which is so deeply ignored. No one talks about 4 months ago, the country had a war going on in an area where a lot of people lost their lives. I did not see one person in America talking about it, not one. You know, the floods that happened 2 years ago in Libya that ended the lives of about 13,000 people because of a lack of a good, proper dam system, because the country just has no money, no resources, and the people in charge are ran by America. You know, Trump has been in talks with the Prime Minister of the East, where the enslavement is happening, and has been offering him money to do his business for him. And no one talks about that. And you know, that man that supports it, Charlie Kirk, fully just backing that. And people just celebrate. I genuinely can't find empathy for that. I just cannot. I fully cannot. And I'm so happy that you mustered up the courage to publicly defend that against someone who you consider a friend. And I do really want to emphasize to people that this isn't an internet beef. This is someone that she sees as a friend who said something that affects her, and it is deeply hurtful to her. And I hope people take some sort of, empathy towards that, because it is very deeply saddening. And I know if I was in your shoes, I'd be very deeply hurt if I see a friend say something like that about something that affects me, because white guilt is something so ingrained in them. And we saw this with the person that was here a I don't even know how long ago, that man. And it is saddening because I could see the frustration in your eyes, because you just have these talks with them, but they don't get it, you know, as much as they want to get it. And I don't even think they want to get it. They just won't get it. And I just don't think people realize that a revolution is not going to happen without bloodshed. And I think we need to fully understand that. And I think I have a unique perspective on this because I witnessed a revolution in my country. I witnessed my country deeply change, you know, and it is something that has to happen. It has to happen no matter who you support. It has to happen. And I don't think that his life had any meaning to it. And I'm sorry for saying that, but if you are someone who's actively abusing people and spewing out hatred, he did fully bring this on himself. And coming from the, you know, I live in the Middle East now, I don't live in Libya. So coming in a country, I live in Jordan, and seeing what's happening right next door to me in Palestine, and then seeing this person who doesn't even think that country is real, it is just like, I am celebrating slightly. You know, I did say I'm not, but slightly I am happy because it's one less person talking about things that I live every day. And I think it's very, like, you know, I'm happy that America's talking about it now because I was taught about what was happening. I was born into it. I had to know. And this person just now that said, well, I think everyone is bad, that is such a privileged take. You know, saying you give up on humanity is such a privileged take, because if you are actively being oppressed and actively dealing with these consequences of American politics, because we are so deeply affected. I have never been to America, and my whole life has been run by American politics. Ever since I was a baby, I've had to watch American elections because I knew it would affect my future. You know, I have lost so many family members due to the decisions of American politicians. I have lost friends due to the decisions of American politicians. And I think this is something that you guys really do need to take into consideration, because this isn't just affecting America, it is affecting all of us, all of the world. You know, my country has not been able to hold elections, presidential elections, due to Trump. You know, Trump just a few months ago was trying to send American prisoners into Libya because he saw them, he deemed them as dangerous. So he thought, you know, what's a failed country we can send them to? Right now, he's trying to send 1 million Palestinians from Palestine into Libya just because he wants to rid Palestine of its people. And I think this is something we need to be fully aware of. And I'm sorry, I've never done this before, so I'm shaking a lot. But I just wanted to offer like maybe a unique perspective, because I did see that most of the people that did join were American. And, you know, I just want you guys to know that we are seeing everything from the other side of the world. You know, I think I see American politics more than my own country. And it is just, I pray you guys, it's sad, but I do see America right now the same way I saw Libya when Gaddafi was alive. You know, I did see that as a dictatorship, but I do see America going to that. And I hope for a good change to happen. And please don't idolize white leftist commentators, because they will never get it. They will never get it. Unless they've lived it, they will never understand, because they just want to be right. And the white guilt that showed on Dean's face when he was so desperately trying to avoid being held accountable and changing the conversation. Even Tilly, she posted a video, and then she posted this slideshow of information, and I did comment, and I said many things, and every single time someone would say something, she would just say, as someone of color, you know, it was mostly black people actually, they were kind of condemning her for what she said and saying that her privilege is truly showing. And all she said was like, you didn't read past the first sentence. You clearly didn't read past the first sentence, to every single person, which, you know, is just white guilt. And I think they will never unlearn that. And the revolution, it won't be held with these people. They see themselves. He saw that, you know, these people, they see themselves in other white people. And it's so sad to say, but I've lived it my whole life. And the thing is, I have never hated the country. I just wish so desperately for change to happen. And, you know, no matter what happens, we're all with you guys. You know, we're all with you. And I hope the world gets better. And that's just what I wanted to say. I wanted to offer, because I never see people from where I'm from speaking on this. I have never seen anyone speak on how it affects us. And I hope I didn't take too much of your time. I just
No,
wanted to
no,
tell
you
you this.
didn't. You didn't at all. Thank you very much for sharing your perspectives as well.
Of course. But before I go, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but if you could please, there's some things about the situation that I think I could tell you in Libya. I just don't want to say them on here, just because of anonymity reasons. So if you could please send me a message. I do think there's things that you might want to know. So if you could please just send me a DM after this tomorrow, whenever you want. Yeah, that's it. Thank you so much.
You can send me the DM. I think the only thing that was missing from the conversation, I think that's not taken into account in Libya, is the anti-Black racism. Because it's not only the destabilization, but it's also because there has been a complete dehumanization of Black Africans, because we can see the same thing happening in other North African countries too. For example, Tunisia has a relatively stable government, and yet Tunisians are also participating in the slave trade. Egypt also has a government, but Egypt is also participating in the slave trade. And so, yes, destabilization is an issue within Libya. I mean, there are two different governments, all that stuff. But it's also in North Africa in general, whether it is in Egypt, I don't know if you knew this, and in the Sinai, there is slave trade happening. And then also in Tunisia, people are literally being sold off. And I think in parts of Algeria, I think as well, people are being sold off to Libya. So I think that is a factor that people don't take into account, that people are actively being dehumanized because they're Black, and they're being targeted because they're Black. And then sometimes because there is such anti-Black rhetoric, especially I think the Tunisian president even himself, just 2 years ago himself said that he doesn't want any Black migrants or Black people in Tunisia, because it was going to change the demographic from being an Islamic Arabic one to just an African one, as if Tunisia isn't African, right? So he got a lot of backlash for it. I'd highly recommend people to watch it. But it was a mess, So yeah, I think that is something that is not actively addressed as well.
If you don't mind, I would like to respond to that. I completely agree with you. North Africa and the Middle East in general have a very huge racism problem, predominantly against Black people. I have seen it too many times in real time. I have traveled to most of North Africa, and it's always been the same, and it is truly disgusting. And I think it is worthy to note that the racism is predominantly against Black people, but it is honestly against so many groups, and it is a disgusting fact.
South Asians too.
Yeah, South Asians, extreme. Oh my God, the racism against South Asians is and also in the slavery. I think people do need to understand that Indonesians as well are being sold in Libya. I've never seen anything about that. And Filipinos, and they are being sold as maids. They tell you they're maids, but they don't get paid, and that is slavery. And I just would like to note that the racism issue is honestly not just a Libyan issue. It's a North Africa, Middle East issue that I have seen my whole life. So I completely agree with you. On that. They were taught from a young age that because we're Arab, we're superior. And it is also against the Amazigh people, the indigenous people of North Africa. They don't claim to be Arabs. It's also self-hatred within them. They say they don't claim to be Amazigh. They say we're Arab, we're not Amazigh, when, culturally they are Arab, but their blood is Amazigh. They think just because they're Arabs, it makes them closer to Islam. And I do think that's something, I'm so glad you brought it up, because I genuinely, I completely did disregard that, and it wasn't intentional, and I apologize, but you are completely correct. It is true. It is true. But I think it is worthy of mentioning that the destabilization, yes, the racism has always been there, but the destabilization is the reason the slavery is happening. They will have always been racist. I agree with you. But the destabilization, it is the main reason for it being allowed to be happening. Because do you want me to be so honest with you? the Libyan people were completely unaware this was happening until recently. And I do think it's a lack of education on their part, but also it is not even being put on the media. Like, it is not, no one is talking about it, and it's so sad. The media is so infiltrated in Libya, and I hope it gets better, but I don't think it will anytime soon. And I am praying for everyone affected. And you said your cousin. I am so deeply sorry this is happening, and I wish the country in general can have a stable, and I honestly, because I have never spoken on something so big and so many people are on, please do urge
I think like this, I don't want this to turn into like a live about that. Like, I can host another live.
I'm so sorry. I just
no problem. I think I think there are a lot of people who are waiting, so I'm gonna go to like the other people.
I'm so sorry. I deeply apologize.
Like, we can host another live if you want, and we can have that discussion about Libya.
Yeah, of course. Thank you for letting me speak. You can put me off now. I don't know how to leave.
Okay, I'll drop you. Thank you very much for coming up. Brina, you've been very patient, and I'll try to get, I think we can just make it quicker now.
Yeah, I won't take up too much of your time. Hey, Athena. So I needed to take advantage of this opportunity because I've been following you for a while. I used to do political debates back when Kamala Harris was running. And so I'm like, I used to be on Santana's Live, and I originally saw you on Parker's. And I just wanted to come up and give you your flowers, really. Like, I think that you are so powerful, and your voice is like so soothing, but so powerful. And I feel like you really shake the room. Like, whenever you come into like a live, whether it's Santana's, Parker's, Dean's, and I just know that being on these type of platforms is very heavy. So I want you to know that you inspire more people than you know. You have taught me so much indirectly, because we've obviously never met, but just imagine how many people are out there that just like love and support you. So I just wanted to come up and share, number one, like, being on these type of platforms are so heavy because you're going to get the good and the bad. And I just want you to never have that fear in your head that you have to prove yourself, or you have to show up because people are saying this and people are saying that. Like, you are who you are. You stand in your truth. You stand on facts. You're doing real live things like around the world globally. Right. And you don't have to prove any of that to anybody. Like, me not knowing you directly, I know like you stand on business and 10 toes down. So I'm giving you your flowers for that. But I wanted to come up because one of the lives I was on, because I observed from like afar, I'm very much somebody who, because I'm not like on the lives anymore. I used to do political debates and the conversations, but it's a lot. And I know you can attest to that. So I'm very much somebody who just watches like from the comments sometimes now. And when we're speaking on Dean, this whole situation, I only got a little bit of yesterday's, conversation. But there was a time where, a couple times where you had hopped up on Dean's live to kind of chime into a conversation that was being had. And I just really didn't like that he, it was like almost like he was cutting you off. He like doesn't let you like land your plane. Like, and, I observe people's behaviors. And I think when you sit back and you watch from afar, like it's very disrespectful. Like, especially if you guys are friends, even more so. When I used to run the political debates, like, you don't even interrupt people at that point, like whether you know them or not, but let alone like somebody somebody you call your friend, and it's like you're coming in as a man cutting off a woman like on a live when you're like literally talking about things that are very important that people need to hear. So there was a couple times that happened and it pissed me off, but like I was like, I don't know if I'll ever like, if I messaged her, if like she would read it. And then I see like all this stuff going on you on live today, and I literally requested probably like 2 hours ago, but I was like, I'm staying on and I'm going to tell her what I have to tell her. And that, honestly, I just want you to know, like, Parker, the difference between Parker and Dean is like, I feel like Parker shows more respect and grace. And, you know, I've never seen him cut you off, but with Dean, it's always like a little bit like aggressive in a way. And that could be his personality. But at the end of the day, I think somebody mentioned it earlier, you know, the most important way to show respect to somebody you know is on a platform like this. Like when you're in front of thousands of people, and you're sharing something that's important to you, because obviously you only request up when you're about to slay. And it's on a conversation that like you always go in, you just drop the mic and leave. But in those moments, it's like he needs to be giving you your flowers. He needs to respect you. And like, I know that you're going to have a conversation. But after the conversation, I encourage you to like, just really think a little bit, deeper on like, you know, some of the things that people observe, because sometimes when you are friends with somebody, or, you know, someone personally, it's hard to see like the things that other people see, from the outside looking in. So just take some time to like marinate on that. And, you know, I know I believe that you'll make the best decision for yourself. But I love that you're doing this, and I hope that you get encouraged to do this more. I've never personally like been on one of your lives. So, but as far as like the Charlie Kirk situation, I did have a question. Like, what are your thoughts about like how we're hanging the flag at half mast and like the military coming to like get his casket, and like just what are like I'm blown away.
It's very ritualistic, in my opinion. I think it's being used on purpose by Trump to rationalize the upcoming violence. I think it is used to rationalize the upcoming probably policies that are going to be passed or crackdowns. It's very ritualistic. It's very theatrical to paint him as a martyr. So martyr for the far right, for fascists. So that's what I personally think. I think this is being done definitely on purpose, because this is basically a gift, I think, for the Trump administration, basically.
Do you think that now that he was unalived, that it's going to get worse than what it was? Yeah, that's
probably, yeah. I probably think people are gonna use him as an excuse. Yes, definitely.
Yeah. We're living in some crazy times, but I appreciate everything that you do, Athena, and I want you to know that I followed you here. I want you to know that you can reach out whenever, and that I hope you have some healthy outlets as well.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
I really just wanted to come up here for that, so I appreciate you. I'll keep watching.
Thank you. I appreciate you so much for coming up. Everybody is so nice. There have been some questionable guests, but other than that, everybody has been so nice. Nafi, are you ready now?
Yes. Hi, Kavi.
Hi.
So I just want to say thank you so much for teaching me this past few months. And I feel like there's so many people here that conflate being a liberal and being a leftist. So can you please kind of just like quickly explain the difference for people here? If that's okay.
Well, I mean, I could also host a live about it if y'all want.
Okay, yeah. Yes, that's fine too.
Like one of the main differences is capitalism. Like liberals still believe in capitalism. They believe that they can work within the system through like application of reforms. Thank you so much, Brina, for the gifts. Thank you everybody for the generosity, by the way. I have seen that there were some PayPals. I don't know if I should do a call out or not, but I appreciate y'all very much for the generosity. Liberals believe that they can work within the system through reforms, whereas like when it comes to leftists don't believe in like the system of capitalism. Leftists want to dismantle the system of capitalism, and because you understand as a leftist that capitalism can never ever be humane, regardless of how many reforms you apply. somebody always is bound, or one group is always bound to be exploited. So yeah. And imperialism is the last stage of capitalism, exactly. So I would say like that is one of the main, there are multiple differences, of course, but one of the main differences between the two is going to be that.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
But I'll host a whole live about it, by the way. If you guys want like an in-depth thing. There are a lot of communists who are very, very like really good. And we can have like an in-depth live about it, because there's like a lot of demonization when it comes to leftism and communism and not understanding it. So yeah, that could be a live.
Yes. Please and thank you. And what do you think about the notion that liberalism is dangerous? Because personally, I feel like being a liberal means that you are complacent or complicit with fascism. And I think that liberals utilize the harm of people being marginalized to make them feel morally superior, but then they don't like they don't fight for us, because I mean, if you kind of like um um hold on, I'm not really sorry. Um but like if you are a person that supports that, it's kind of very contradictory. And so how do you kind of like, what do you think about the fact that they are kind of allowing fascism to rise because they're not radical, and they think that they can still fix the system when it can't be fixed?
I think like this is just a natural progression of capitalism. I think people don't understand that the natural progression of capitalism is going to be fascism always, point blank, period. And maybe people might think I'm radical, but you cannot be pro-Black liberation and pro-liberation of marginalized people and pro-capitalism, because doing that is. Oh, Swan, did you mean to drop? So doing that is. I'll just let up like a lot of people at the same time, by the way. So being pro-capitalism means that you're anti-liberation. I just wanted to say that. And this might be something that is like very controversial and like uncomfortable to acknowledge. But you cannot be pro-liberation for all, especially like uncomfortable to acknowledge. Oh God, I don't like listening to my voice. I sound like a 13-year-old kid going through puberty. But anyways, pro-capitalism and trying to be pro-Black liberation and pro-capitalism is being anti the whip, but being okay with the lash, the lashing. You know, it doesn't make sense. You can't be anti the wound that it gives you, but then be pro the whip. It just does not make sense at all. And so I think that anybody who is pro-capitalism is going to be harmful in general. If that makes sense.
Yes, yeah. And can you please talk about.
We can have that conversation in another live. Like this isn't an educational live or a debate live. This is predominantly about like the Charlie Kirk situation. But I would be very happy to have you on live if you have any more questions about this, and we could have that as a topic. But this particular live is supposed to be like to just clear up everything with everything that's going viral, you know.
Okay, because I plan to talk about this, but maybe I could speak about this another time, but just please let me know. But it's that this kind of have this kind oh my God, I'm sorry. So how do we kind of start to change the narrative and make it so that we cannot tolerate racism. And if people try to become more like racist and they try to support fascism, this is what the consequences looks like or might look like. How do we try to benefit from this situation so that we can thrive towards communism plus socialism kind of area?
I think like the communism and socialism thing is gonna be again like another conversation to have, but with regards to the racism point, just don't allow people to gaslight you into thinking that it's not a big issue. I think that people need to be more comfortable or need to push themselves into vocalizing their thoughts when it comes to maybe experiencing a microaggression or whatever it is. I think like people need to be more open with having this conversation because unfortunately a lot of people get gaslit into thinking that it's not that big of a deal, that they're just being a victim, that they're just being too sensitive. And so I think like regardless of the amount of backlash that you get, you just have to continue being very firm and speak your truth with conviction. And the more that you talk about it, the more you normalize it. I think that's the thing. I think it's very important to continue normalizing it. Because, yeah, you know what I mean?
Yes.
Oh, hi, AI.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. No problem, Nafi. Thank you very much for coming up. I appreciate you.
Of course. Bye.
Bye.
Take care.
Okay, let me let Swan back up because Swan was here. Let's go to Aaliyah.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. This is my first time on TikTok Live, and I just want to say, like, I've heard a lot from you on like Dean and Parker's lives, and I always I really respect your opinions, and I feel very honored that my first TikTok Live is in your life. And also like I was also watching Dean's live that day when you were voicing your opinions on the Charlie Kirk stuff, and I also didn't agree with the way he was kind of responding to that. But I had a few points that I wanted to talk to you about and get your opinion on. So one of the things was about like the selective empathy. I think like I've heard some people come up on the live today and say that they don't have selective empathy. And I want to be honest and say that I do, because I know that when I hear about what's going on in Palestine or Sudan or the Congo, I literally am bawling my eyes out and I feel panicked and like I don't know what to do. And I hear about what happened to Charlie Kirk and I don't feel that way. So like I know I have selective empathy in that way, because I think I feel like although he was silenced, unalived, it was like he was unalived as a result of like everything that he's been pushing and believing. And there's a lot of people who are unalived who are completely innocent. And like, it actually made me like really upset to see everybody idolizing and posting all of these things about how he was unalived when this literally that day there were school shootings in our country, and there's people in other countries who are unalived like every minute, and like innocent people. So I mean, I just wanted to say, like, I think it's perfectly normal for people to not feel empathetic about what happened. I honestly feel sorry for his children because they're innocent. They're not responsible for like the horrific person that Charlie Kirk was. It's not like that sucks, but like knowing that they're daughters, I also sometimes feel that they're probably better off without him. And I do feel like his wife is like somewhat complicit in what Charlie Kirk was. Like, I don't know. I just, like, it's horrible to say. Sometimes I feel, I mean, I know we've been talking a lot about, like, that we shouldn't feel bad, but sometimes I do feel bad anyway, because, like, it's not, I feel like I shouldn't feel okay with people no longer being here, but like we talked about, or people, you guys were talking about when I was listening on the live, like, he caused a lot of harm. But like, my other fear with him being unalived is the whole situation with him becoming a martyr for like the right. Like, he, like, it doesn't make any sense for like what has happened and what the reaction has been to Charlie Kirk's unaliving. Like with all what's going on at the government, like how they're using him as a martyr, and like how it's so performative, and like it feels so disingenuous. And like, it just, like, it really bothers me, because I know that it's going to make things worse. Like, I don't think that him being unalived was a good thing for people in general. Like, it's not even about like sympathy for him or empathy for him. It was like, it's like about everybody else, and like people of color and minorities and other people who he has marginalized. The people who supported him are going to feel like, I think, like, empowered to advocate even harder for the things that he believed in that were like powerful. So like, I'm like very afraid for what's to come about that. And then the other thing I wanted to say was, I had a few thoughts about maybe why Dean was crying when what happened that I don't think I've heard a lot of people talk about. And then not just Dean's crying, but also like the kind of statements that he and Parker had put out afterwards. The first one was that I think maybe, I know Dean had said that he was crying because he put himself in the position of the wife and child, or the children, and I think that's valid enough. But also, and like about like Parker being there, something that crossed my mind when he started crying was actually that Dean and you and Parker, I'm not trying to put you guys all in the same category, but you are like, you advocate for policy and like politics publicly. And I think Charlie Kirk getting unalived was probably something like extremely jarring and shocking, in that, like, I feel like maybe he felt, oh my God, that could happen to me, that could happen to Parker, that could happen to like Athena, like, because you guys also like make your opinions really public and like get death threats and all these horrible things, and like, or I'm like, and someone might enact it in real life, and that's like a terrifying thought. That was like one thought, maybe why it was like extra jarring, like not because of any sadness for Charlie Kirk, but because of potential like retaliation, or like this kind of thing happening to other people who advocate for policy or like publicly, and like maybe it just like hit close to home in that way. And that was just a thought I had. Like, I'm honestly curious for your thoughts, but the other thing was about the way that they responded, and how they were kind of saying like, if you don't agree with me, then like, or like, if you don't have empathy, then like, you're not like me, you're not on my side, kind of thing. Like that kind of like a way of kind of distancing himself from his supporters who didn't feel relief, who did feel relief from Charlie Kirk's passing. I was thinking that, like, I think that not necessarily the crying felt performative, but I think that the response felt a bit performative to me, because it almost felt like the way that Parker and Dean had talked about it was as if they were trying to mitigate a reaction that they could get for what happened, and maybe like try to protect themselves from like retaliation, or like I don't know if I'm like explaining myself well, but I guess like, since we already know that like as soon as this happened to Charlie Kirk, he was going to become a martyr for the right, and like if Dean and Parker said anything that was like didn't come off as sympathetic, then I think his base would feel like inflamed to like target them further, or like say like that they're justified in like retaliating or something. I don't know. I'm just curious to see your thoughts on that.
I mean, I don't know. I can't speak for what was going through their mind, because as I mentioned, like, I'm not their spokesperson. It's just for like me and for other people like who might be marginalized. They probably felt like they were being forced to have to mourn their oppressor. And I think that was the main issue here, that a lot of those, there's an echo by the way.
Sorry, on my end, I can mute.
Okay, perfect. I think like the main point here was that there was like a heavy emphasis to humanize and center Charlie Kirk instead of centering how much harm he was causing and the legacy that he was leaving behind. And somebody on my live yesterday said he caused more harm being here than not being here. Like, he caused more harm being alive than not being alive. And if a person is causing more harm while they're alive than not being alive, then you have to examine the type of legacy that they left behind and how many people that they harmed. But instead of marginalized communities being centered all the damn time, it's always a dominant society that is centered. What does the dominant society think? How are they feeling? Let's cater to them. Let's coddle them. Maybe let's hear their perspective. Their perspective is more important. Like, no, it's not. And I think that is what I want to continue centering within like my conversations and my lives as well. I don't want to center the perspective or the humanization of the dominant society, because that is being done everywhere already. It's everywhere. Everywhere it's already being done. So in like my space and like the perspective that I tend to prioritize are the perspectives that are largely like ignored, or the perspectives that are largely overlooked, and not the status quo. And I don't care about upholding the status quo. I don't care about giving space to the status quo. I don't care about that, basically, if that makes sense.
No, yeah, that totally makes sense. And I fully agree with you. And I honestly fully agree with your opinion. I was just bringing it up because I was wondering.
Oh no, yeah, I understand. I was just responding to you. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like I totally agree with you. And like, you know, when you were talking to Dean and saying that like we shouldn't make people feel some type of way for like feeling better if their oppressor is no longer, like, I 100% agree with that. Like, I think that that's kind of hard to argue with. But I just kind of wanted to know what your opinion was on all of that. Mm-hmm. And I hope Dean is receptive to you and you guys do have your conversation, because I think he's, from what I've seen from him, he's capable of change. And like, I've seen him like fuck up and then like feel really bad and then, you know, try to make it better.
People don't know this. I've known Dean since before he started debating. So I've known him for a long time. People don't know this. I've also known like Parker for a long time too. So like I know how they are.
You know them back when they were in their crazy days or even crazier days. Anyway, I really appreciate you, and I really like listening to you and hearing your opinion. I like the platform that you represent and who you bring up and everything. So
yeah, thank you very much, Athena, for coming up. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much. I don't know how to leave. Also,
Oh, sorry. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I just dropped you. Aaliyah is my sister's name, by the way. Very nice name. Oh god, okay. Let's just speed run this at this point. I still have so many guest requests. Let's just speed run this. I do know that Swan, if I'm not mistaken, was Swan here first? Because she dropped and then she
Yeah,
came.
go ahead. You could go ahead.
Okay. Swan.
A quieter place. I'll be quick. So I just wanted more so because you said that you wanted to focus on the situation with Charlie Kirk, and I think language is very important, right? And no matter who's calling him the N word, the M word, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to call him what he was, and that was a fascist.
Mm-hmm.
That was a white Christian nationalist, and I think that it's important that we understand that we have to use up the proper terminology when we are talking about someone who said that that black women's brains don't work properly. Someone who was okay with their daughter being forced to carry a pregnancy to term, no AB, at the age of 10, right? I think it's important that we understand that we are talking about someone who said that it's okay if a woman says no and revokes consent in the middle of the act if she has had a couple drinks. If you say that to a judge, in the US at least, you will be thrown under the jail. You'll be thrown under the jail. And I think it's really important that people understand that when we have people trying to contend with having empathy for somebody who didn't even believe in the word empathy, that you have to check how indoctrinated you actually are. You have to check how indoctrinated you actually are. It does not make any sense to me that we can look at somebody and say, because when we talk about civil rights, obviously we know that black activists were at the forefront of civil rights because we always are for everything globally. We are always at the forefront of any movement, even though we don't get that recognition. We are there, 10 toes down all the time, right? When he said the civil rights movement was a huge mistake. He said that Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was a bad guy, and he said that George Floyd was scum. When we talk about civil rights and what that actually means, that would mean rights for everybody. That would mean equity, right? When we when we sit here and we have people who would benefit from civil rights, who do benefit from the civil rights policies that were implemented, right? Unfortunately being taken away by Trump in the US, who would benefit from these things, telling us that that monster was a martyr, then that's when we realize that is evidence of the power of the indoctrination. And I think it's really important that we start to analyze that. This is fascism. This is fascism. And this might be extreme. Unfollow me if you have to. I don't care. If you're on board, then give me a follow, because we talk about this frequently. This is fascism. And I think people need to understand that anybody trying to convince you that it's not is an issue. Anybody trying to convince you that it's not is an issue. I think we are seeing a separation of people who say that they are on the left and people who are not actually taking the time to deconstruct and understand that if you have the ability to even say that M word next to his name, that you need to check how much work you've done on yourself when it comes to deconstructing your homophobia, your transphobia, your ableism, your racism, and your anti-blackness. You have to check yourself. Understand that this is just the beginning, right? I have people in my life telling me today that they want to unalive me because we're having discussions talking about the problematic things that he said. I've seen some of them in the chat too. By the way, listen, my memory is like great, y'all. I see y'all in the chat. But I want people to also understand that, like, you have to stop wavering. There's no more wavering, right? People on the left who are, denouncing being on the left. Well, you were never on the left to begin with, in my personal opinion. But people need to also understand that just because you've taken the time to develop your political ideology, that does not mean that you've taken the time to truly deconstruct from these things, right? And understand that that's a lifelong journey. Now, just like to give a quick example of how like imperative it is for people to understand that this is a lifelong journey here in the US, right? Before the 94 crime bill, When you looked at, obviously, Black people have always been disproportionately targeted by police officers, but before the 94 crime bill, right? I think that, and this is before the rock era, if you guys know what I'm referring to when I say that, the rock era, right? Before that, we know that people were, obviously Black people were incarcerated, right? Then we had that put into our communities, and it really decimated our communities, right? That's something that this country has actively done. They talk about the riots, the BLM riots, but let's talk about all of the Black massacres that took place in the US, right? But when we talk about what the book of sugar, thank you, Sean. When we talk about what that did to our communities, right? And then we saw the 94 crime bill, and we saw that rise in mass incarceration. If you were on your deconstruction journey, the reason why it is lifelong is because you need to understand the rise in mass incarceration for Black people, and you need to understand the exploitation of Black people and how that ties to capitalism. And then you also need to understand what that looks like globally. You also need to understand what that looks like globally, because Black people everywhere on this planet with air in their chest are dealing with being exploited. And as long as capitalism stays in place, we're going to be exploited. As long as people who claim to be on the left are not deconstructing these things actively and understanding that this is going to be a lifelong thing, that you are going to have to constantly challenge yourself, then you're choosing to participate in furthering that exploitation. And if it's going to stop, then we have a lot of self-reflection that we have to do. And I also want to encourage people who are YT that are saying that they are on the left and that they are deconstructing. You have to understand that for me, the way that I'm going to gauge you and your journey is not even through conversation anymore. It's going to be, are you able to hold yourself accountable without anybody saying anything to you? Because that's where we have to get. That's a point that we have to get to, right? We have to get to that point. It's imperative for people to understand this. And I speak with a sense of urgency that I truly think that only Black people globally can understand. I speak with a sense of urgency that I truly think only Black people globally can understand. Black people globally understand that we refuse, those that understand liberation, those that understand revolution, we refuse to refer to that monster as the other M word. If I'm going to use an M word to talk about him, I will call him a monster. And I will call him a fascist. We need to call him what he is. He was harmful. He was and those that, continue to say, well, what about his children? What about his children? What about his children? As a teacher myself, I would never condone a father saying that he will force his child to carry a pregnancy to term at the age of 10, even if she was great. I would never condone something like that. I think that his children are better off. They may have a chance to not be like that monster. They may have a chance to not be like that monster. And I think it's important that we understand that, and understand that if you are a person who says that you are for marginalized communities and you are condemning marginalized communities for feeling a sense of relief that that monster is gone, then you need to check yourself and your journey of deconstructing. Because if you are against what we are saying, if you're feeling a type of way about what we are saying, you are challenging our humanity. You're challenging our humanity. I need you to understand that you are challenging our humanity. I had someone come up to my panel today. I'm sorry, I'm being long-winded and I'll try to wrap it up. But we had somebody come up to our panel today and say, well, I feel conflicted because, what do we say about the people that are calling him? I don't know what to tell you. I'm not calling him a martyr. I'm calling him a fascist, a Christian nationalist, and a monster. Go talk to them. Why are you asking me to explain the actions of those that look like you? I can't tell you why. I don't benefit from these systems that have robbed white people of their ability to see the humanity in us. I can't tell you why. We live in a society where Tamir Rice playing with a toy pew-pew was unalived and seen as a threat by police officers, yet two YT boys who were actually firing a real pew-pew at a police officer, right, get to go home to their parents. We live in a society where the pew-pew that Zimmerman used to unalive Trayvon Martin, right, went on sale for, somebody purchased it for $250,000, right? We live in a society where people pedestalize the dehumanization of Black people constantly, even when they are good. Even and I don't even mean to say even. They dehumanize us constantly, and we don't deserve that. We do not deserve that. We don't. No black person globally deserves that. They paid $250,000 for that man's pew pew. I did not see the same level of outrage from these politicians and these people that are upset and crying their eyes out about the monster, about the fascist, right? They sold that pew pew. Somebody purchased that pew pew for $250,000. $250,000. And that is the type of society that we are living in, right? Y'all are worried about your political ideologies. But are you understanding that Democrats and Republicans in the United States, the entire United States government is all rooted in white supremacy and wouldn't even exist if it wasn't for the exploitation of black people? That's what we're seeing in the Congo. That's what we're seeing in Sudan. That's what we're seeing in Haiti. That's what we're seeing to black people happen to black people globally. Globally, this is why we're seeing these things happening to black people globally. I don't want to hear we're all one race, we're all humans, because that's not how we're being treated. And black people, don't let anybody tell you anything less than that. Don't let anybody take away anything that you know to be true. Never allow them to take anything away that you know to be true. We now have to deal with the weight of this monstrous fascist army that he went from campus to campus to campus, right? Indoctrinating them all to believe the same things that he believed, right? No factual information. I was on live today for a couple hours, right? And none of them could provide any factual information, right? Or could contest the things that he said the way that we were able to do so. We have to deal with that army that does not see our humanity. So I need everybody to dig their heels in and tighten up and understand what we are dealing with, right? And also understand that it's not just him and it's not just his army. We're talking about symptoms, right, of the actual disease. And we have to remain focused in understanding, right, that this is what it is. And we're going to call it what it is. And it's fascism, it is racism, and it is white supremacy. It is white supremacy, fascism, racism, and white Christian nationalism. And a message to those that are in here, if you are one of those, right? You never had an all-white ethno state, and you're never gonna have an all-white ethno state, right? And understand that we will make sure that that will never happen. And that's it. I'm so sorry. I took up a lot of time, and I appreciate you so much, Covey, for being up here. Thank you. Always love you down. You are beautiful.
Thank you, Swan. Period. You ate. I appreciate you very much. Gonna drop you now. Period.
Yeah, I just want to say I appreciate you, and I've learned a lot from these conversations that you have up here. I'm on the East Coast in the U.S., and the division is wild. And this event has only made it more obvious, as if it couldn't be any more obvious prior. My family, my friends, people around me. It's hard to look at them the same, seeing their silence through everything else, and their quickness to prayers for him and this and that for Charlie Kirk. So, I think I wonder what your take is on, do you think that what's going on here with the division between the people, do you think it's reparable without some large movement? Because it doesn't feel like it is.
What do you mean? Elaborate.
Like the left and the right over here, and the Democrats and Republicans, people who are mourning Charlie versus people who aren't. Like, there's no common ground. It doesn't feel like there's any common ground in the States for anymore.
I don't think so, in my opinion.
Yeah. All right. Well, I won't keep you. I appreciate you having us up.
Thank you so much for coming up. I appreciate you.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, I know that people have been waiting for so long. We'll make it quick. I'm really kind of tired, but I will still get through to all the people in the guest requests, because I know that y'all have been waiting literally for some of them have been waiting for 3 hours. I'm so fucking sorry. I'm trying my best to get everybody in, but I'm not going to let you guys wait in vain. So I'm going to get through. Hi, 72, by the way. I'm gonna let you guys up all of you guys, and then I'm gonna end the live. Okay, so you guys will come up. Just please stay a bit more patient. Ainsley, you're on mute. Oh, why can't? Okay, well, Ainsley is not here. Halovich?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I just want to preface this by saying I've never been on a live, but I just want to thank you for like creating this space that makes us feel comfortable to say our opinions. I feel I'm a everyday watcher of Dean and Parker, and I watch Santana as well, and I feel kind of gaslit by Dean a little bit. Let's see. It feels a little like kind of like a red herring for him to say people are upset about him crying, when I feel like people understand the emotion of someone he knew, Parker being there. Like we understand why like someone might cry, versus like us being upset at the fact that he literally demonized everyone who was a little bit happy. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't upset because I think it was possibly you that even drew up the comparison to David Duke. Like, for the most part, it's a consensus that if someone's upset about David Duke unaliving, like, people are allowed to be happy about that, you know? So I feel like him saying it's not okay for us to be upset about that minimizes the real impact of the rhetoric that Charlie Kirk was spreading around. He was going to these schools, to young minds, and spreading this propaganda that was based on lies. And I just feel like that completely ignores the fact that that causes marginalized people to be attacked. And people like me and Dean, we can't fully understand that, because once he logs off, he's just another YT man, you know what I mean? And I feel like it was super dismissive of him to like, sorry, I'm super anxious. But I'm just wondering if maybe I'm missing a piece of the conversation, or, you know what I mean?
No. The conversation happened all life.
Like, I'm wondering, like, for the most part, people do understand the emotion between the crying versus, like, him demonizing, like, marginalized people, correct?
Yes. And that dissection, I think, should be done when Dean is here. Like, again, I don't think anybody should be speculating anything about him. Like, so I think, like, that should be done maybe with him.
Oh, yes, correct. I'm not speculating. I'm just, his handling of the situation for me has not been great. And it's kind of been like, this is what people are upset about, and that's not the reality of things. And that's all I wanted to come up and say.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Hilovich. I appreciate you.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
Shayla.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry, it's my first time actually speaking on live. First of all, I want to thank you so much for speaking up on Dean's Live. I did miss it yesterday, but I did go back and watch clips. And so I just, as a Black woman, I applaud you. I think you made a lot of Black people proud. We felt very heard. It's just, I don't even know where to start. I will say, Wednesday I did see Dean's Live when he was crying. I'm not going to lie, I agree with the guest from a while back. I felt like that was a bit disrespectful. I can't tell people how to feel, but as a Black person, I just couldn't understand the sobbing over a literal racist, over a Yahtzee, over someone who was a vile human being. And if it goes back to what I think is that it just goes back to white privilege. You know, Charlie Kirk at the end of the day was a white guy. People love to bring up, the political aspect, and people shouldn't die because of their political beliefs and things of that nature. But his rhetoric wasn't political. It was pure hate. It was hate speech. And I think to watch that was very disappointing. I'm glad that you were able to come up and speak on that. It's just disappointing, honestly. I had a similar situation. I know you said you and Dean were friends, with one of my white friends who kind of had a similar reaction to Dean. And I had a conversation with them and we hashed it out. But honestly, at the end of the conversation, I can't really look at them the same, because to me, this should be common sense, is basic humanity, you know? So to watch him like cry and be emotional over a bigot, I don't know. To me, it's like you can't really come back from that. I'm not saying he's a horrible person. I'm not saying he should lose his platform. I just think he has a lot of growing to do. And it just kind of threw me off to see that, especially since he debates MAGA all the time. He kind of trolls them for their beliefs. And it's like, oh, this is so obvious and you should get this. And then when he's put in the hot seat for a second, it's like he was very dismissive. He just went back to his his white privilege bag, is what I'll call it. Is because at the end of the day, his platform is as big as it is because he is a white guy. You know, not saying he's not knowledgeable, he's very intelligent, but he's not saying things that the Black community hasn't been saying for years. You know, it just doesn't get received, and because people don't listen to Black people. You know, I seen that on this live. You've broken down things very eloquently. You made it easy to explain to me things that are basic concepts that people just were ignoring, and they were ignoring your voice. They were ignoring your point of view. Oh, sorry, I'm a little nervous. I'm not used to public speaking. But I'll keep it short. I just appreciate the fact that you spoke up. I think some people, especially I'll say like white people, white liberals, need to understand this is not politics for us. This is our actual life. This is our families. This is our well-being. This is our safety. When I seen Dean crying, it just kind of reminded me, for him, it's just like a job. It's just discussion. It's rhetoric. At the end of the day, he gets to turn off his mic, turn off TikTok, and he's just a white man in America. He gets just the same privileges as any other white man in America. But for us, it's very serious. It's very deep. And I hope you guys' this discussion goes well. But I'll just keep it short. I appreciate you speaking up. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Shayla. You did very well, by the way. There are a lot of first timers who came up on the panel today, so all of y'all did really well. Thank you very much for sharing that.
I appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate you very much. Offline.
I was like a longtime watcher of Parker and Dean. Ever since they like got really popular, I was watching them and like they taught me a lot of stuff about the Trump administration and everything. But what I wanted to say was that I was actually really relieved when, like, you know, not saying that I support it, but I think that when you spew hate, you can't be surprised when the hate and violence that you spew, you know, comes back. And I think that when Dean was like sitting up here condemning people for being relieved or happy or celebrating, I feel like it was just really like, it was like really hard for me to watch that, because it's like, how can you tell a group of people who are constantly living this, who are constantly having to wake up and turn on the news and see that the person who's running their nation is like, you know, who completely hates them? How can you tell people who are constantly oppressed that, oh, you can't be happy about this, or you can't feel a certain way about a situation? And there are many Black people who have been killed for their speech, you know, or unalived for their speech. There are many Black people who have went through what happened to Charlie Kirk. And it's like, you can't sit up here and say, oh, well, you can't be happy, but there are people who Charlie Kirk, like MLK, who Charlie Kirk was like, well, you know, he was a bad guy who died because because of what they had to say. And I don't think that racism or bigotry or hatred for someone is a debate. I don't think that any of that is something to be debated. You cannot debate racism, because racism is systemic. It is something that people have to get up and live every single day. There's no debate about the color of my skin. There's no debate about that. You can't debate somebody's race or somebody's sexuality. You can't debate any of that. because at the end of the day, that's something that people live. It's a reality for people. And just like Shayla said, Dean gets to turn off his mic, he gets to go to sleep, and he's just another white man. For me, I can't go to sleep and rest easy because I have to go outside the next day and wonder. I have to go outside every day and wonder, like,
your daughter is almost home. She'll be here.
Wonder, like, oh, like, is somebody gonna, come after me because of the color of my skin? Is somebody going to harm me because of what I believe in? Oh, I can't speak, or I can't, I can't be loud because then people will think of me a certain way. Like, and the way that, like, Dean was just like sitting up there talking about if I don't want you to support me if you feel this way, or you shouldn't feel this way. It's not fair to us because we are the ones affected by Charlie Kirk's rhetoric, not him. He won't have to live his life in fear of what Charlie Kirk was preaching. We do. We are the people who have to get up every day, and we have to maybe dim our light because another white person feels uncomfortable about what we have to say or what we believe in. And I think that genuinely, like, that honestly made him and Parker, I understand Parker crying because yes, he was there, but him and Parker, like, condemning people for how they feel and telling us that we shouldn't feel a certain way. I think genuinely that, like, that was my last straw, because at the end of the day, when does it stop being a blind spot, and when does it start being like, all right, you're just, you're just sympathizing, like, with someone who was discussing, like, Charlie Kirk didn't have anything good to say. He didn't put anything good into this world. Everything that he spewed was straight up rhetoric. It was hatred. It was bigotry. Every single thing that Charlie Kirk had to say was nothing good towards Black people, towards Muslims, towards many minority groups. Nothing that he had to say was good. I don't think that Dean and Parker should be able to tell anyone how they should feel about Charlie Kirk, because at the end of the day, it's another oppressor being removed. And not saying that gun violence is good or that, people should be supporting it, but it's just something that I feel like you can't tell people who are constantly oppressed how they should feel when you don't feel the oppression that was being spewed towards us. You don't ever, feel any of that. And people, like, I even now, like, on Twitter, people are sitting up here and saying, oh, well, how can you be mad at them for, not liking that you feel this way? I can, because for them, this is a job. This is what they do every day. They get online and they debate. For me, skin tone is not a debate. I don't want to debate with someone about my skin tone. I don't want to debate with someone about, my sexuality. That's not a debate. It's my reality. There's nothing to debate. Once somebody is racist, once somebody is violently racist, like most of MAGA is, like, once somebody is violently racist, there's no debate. There's nothing to be said. There's no like, connection. There's nothing, because it's not going through their brain that they have a privilege. It's going in one ear and out the other. And everything that Charlie Kirk had to say was straight up racism, hatred, bigotry. And at the end of the day, you can't tell people who live this how to feel about someone like that. It is harmful to many minority groups that Charlie Kirk spoke on, to tell them how they should feel. And then not even, an hour before what happened, he was online, spewing hatred towards Black people. And, like, it's like, at the end of his life, he was still spewing hatred. So it's like, how can you tell me how to feel about someone who not even an hour before what happened to him, he was talking about, well, white people would never unalive random people in the street. But guess who do? Black people. How can you tell me how to feel about someone who says stuff like that? It's very weird, and it like, I don't support them at all, because it's actually very weird when not even, an hour before, he was just talking about me and just talking about how people like me, oh, we're constantly committing crimes, oh, how we should be enslaved still. Mind you, not every Black person walks down the street thinking that, oh, I gotta steal from the store. We don't do the same thing to white people, but I bet you if I go and get in an elevator alone with a white person, they're gonna still clutch their pearls. They're gonna worry about, ooh, is this Black person gonna attack me? But Dean and Parker don't have to worry about that. So it's very weird to me how two white men can try and tell me how I'm supposed to feel and live my life when Charlie Kirk was somebody who every single day he hates black people, he hates women. It's really weird. And that's all I have to say. It's really weird.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you, Offline. Thank you very much for coming up. Okay, I'm just gonna say I am so fucking tired, but I will still let everybody up, so let's just keep it quick, y'all. Will, I see you in the request. I think I'll save you for last. Save the best for last. So let's make it very quick, and we'll go through everybody. Please, nobody request anymore. Just wanted to say, nobody request anymore. The people who are in the guest request, those are the only people I'll let up. Please, please, please. I will let people in the guest request up. Don't worry. Everybody who's in the guest request right now, I will let you guys up. Everybody, but don't request anymore, please. But Nicole, yes.
Hi, hun. How's it going? How you doing? Okay, yeah, I know you just sitting up here and listening to all these stories, and it's probably emotionally draining. So thank you for letting me have the chance to speak. I appreciate that. I really do. I think I wrote some stuff down. I wrote some thoughts down, so I'm trying to keep it quick and like on point. And so I just wanted to start like with the actual Charlie Kirk situation to begin with. And I think we've all have made similar points in the similar anger we're all feeling, you know? And I think like, they're trying to make me care about this man, about a man, let alone a white man, which is insane in itself. And the fact that like, I'm not sad. I'm not happy. Like I'm indifferent to that man. That man has no impact on my fucking life, alive or dead. Like I do not care about that man. Trying to make me care about that man is never going to work. I can empathize for those sweet children. But that is far as my empathy is going to lead me. I don't understand why we are supposed to be caring about somebody who has never cared about me, who's never cared about my family, who's never cared about my communities. I'm a Black, queer, disabled woman. Like you hate everything I am. So honestly, bye. Like I don't have empathy. And I think that obviously we're trying to say that that is okay. The fact that the right is constantly spewing this hate, and we are expected to accept that. And we're supposed to accept that, yet when we just simply have apathy, we're enemies. And that's just an insane life that I'm not going to try to live in. And I think that it needs to be changed, and it needs to be addressed. I think another thing that has really stood out to me, especially within these last couple days, has been the fact that it's been everywhere, you know? And when we see things like when people go on lives and they want to joke around, what do? They say the N-word, right? They start slurring and saying the N-word and saying the F-word, right? That's how they joke around on TikTok lives, right? When they want to be polarizing, that's what they do to try to get logged off. They try slurring things about me to try to be polarizing, trying to make a point, to try to be funny. It is so normalized within our society. I went on a vacation last month. True story. We went to a hotel, me and my wife. They refused to sell us a room that only had one bed. I literally had to upgrade to a room with 2 beds because they were so homophobic that we could not sleep in the same bed to them. This happened in present day America. So what I'm trying to say is the fact that like, I am not going to care if somebody who promotes these things, somebody who says that this is normalized and should be normalized, is not here to normalize it anymore. And I think that anybody who agrees with me is perfectly fine. I do want to say that like, and I'm sure a lot of the people in this live or in these communities have also felt the amount of people you've had to unfollow on social media, the amount of people you've had to block on social media. I remember some great friends that I've literally had to block them off my Facebooks and stuff like that because I just can't. This was like the final straw to me because I can't let you literally praise a man, try to compare him to Jesus, to MLK. I can't let you praise a man who hated me. I'm not going to follow you. I'm not going to be friends with you. I'm not going to see you. And I think this brings me to the situation with Dean a little bit. And
yeah, let's not center like a person.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to center him.
I've been saying that. Yeah, let's not center them. Like, if people have like general conversations, it's okay. But this isn't like let's not center them. Mm-hmm.
I do apologize with that.
Okay.
What I'm trying to say is about the live in general. I think when a public figure like Dean or Parker or anybody has such a large platform, and they are preaching a certain belief, such for myself, right? I am being told every day how I should feel, and that included a lot of those people, a lot of people on TikTok. And when you went up there, I felt, and I think many other people have resonated with, finally my voice is being heard. That in front of 50,000 people, somebody who has like the logic, the passion, the insight is saying what I've been saying. And I think that people have unfortunately or fortunately kind of resonated with that. I watched it being dismissed, not just by him, but like people in the community and people in sorts of Discord and other people that I know. And it felt like I was being dismissed too. It felt like I was not being heard again. That if somebody can say these things so perfectly, exactly what I'm saying, and it still not be heard, it felt personal to me. And it kind of broke me. It just really did. And I don't know how many other people have felt similar, but like it just really hurt me. And I just want there to be that kind of idea that it's okay to kind of feel the way about Charlie Kirk, but also understand that like that impact of being dismissed over and over again is pretty much the same thing. It's just as harmful and just as hurtful. So I'm sorry if I rattle on, but thank you so much for listening, and I thank you again for listening.
Thank you very much, Nicole, for coming up. I appreciate you very much. Thank you for sharing your 2 cents. Carrington, please, nobody request anymore. I'm gonna get through the people who are in the box, but I'm not gonna accept any more requests. Mods, if anybody requests again, just like cancel their request. I'm so sorry, but I can't take any more people. I'm so sorry. I'll host another live again tomorrow, but for now. Carrington.
Hi, Athena. How are you?
Hey, I'm good. What about you?
Good. First, I know you're tired. Thank you for educating and facilitating a conversation where people feel safe to express their complicated emotions. From one Black woman to another, sending you a virtual hug. I mean, like the biggest hug. Speaking of complicated emotions, I just want people to know that it is totally normal to feel complicated emotions. I went to post something on my story yesterday on Instagram and struggled with the first sentence. was the first sentence going to be violence is not the answer? Or was the first sentence going to be, no one deserves to be unalive this way? Like I struggled with that. And for anyone else out there struggling, please don't allow that to make you question your humanity. It's very normal. That being said, I've seen a lot of my online friends posting about how violence is never the answer, and if you want to be teaching their kids that it's never okay to harm people. And while that's valid, if you are someone who is having that conversation, please also be teaching your children that violence is not limited to physical violence. Violence is not limited to what a lot of us saw happen to Charlie Kirk. Violence is also in your words, it's in your actions, it's in the things that you it's in the way that you perpetuate systemic racism. Like violence does not it's more than just, like I said, the physical. So please also be teaching your children that if you are in that camp who is preaching that violence is not the answer. Lastly, I will say that if you have friends who are just now engaging in discourse about hatred or harm as it pertains to Charlie Kirk, they have had so many opportunities to talk about harm, to talk about hatred and Charlie Kirk in the same sentence. Please be aware of that. Those are not safe people. If this is the first time that they're engaging in discourse like that, so just please be aware, please take care of yourselves. Please, establish boundaries and uphold those. It's very important.
Thank you so much, Carrington. Those are all very, very valid points. I appreciate you very much.
Of course. Thank you so much. Have a good night. Get some sleep.
Thank you. I'm trying to get some sleep. I know. Thank you very much. Okay, we're almost getting there. Motivated. We can't hear you for talking. Motivated? Hello? Hello? Going once, going twice. Motivated? Maybe mute and unmute or swipe out of the app and come back. Motivated? Motivated? If anybody guessed, sorry, by the way. Okay, well, looks like it was not meant to be. Lex.
Hi. Thank you for letting us up. I know you're tired and everything. I just had a question that I was hoping you could answer, or at least give me some information that I could go look up. A little backstory. A town a few towns over from mine has put up a memorial for him. And yeah, I'm really pissed about it. Clearly, obviously, as you should be. And I had some people that I went to school with back when I went to high school that reposted it, and so I came to them telling them how and the memorial is at a Christian-based site, and so yeah, I know. And so I'm telling these people how anti-Christian he is, how racist he is, all the things that he spewed. And they come back and say, this isn't anti-Christian, and the things that I've brought up are either out of context or I'm misinformed. And so I'm just hoping to find some information about the sinful things that he has spread. And I'm not even Christian, but I know that he's anti-Christian. So I'm just hoping to find some information.
Right, discrimination, thinking that there are hierarchies. Those are all things that he spread that are anti-Christianity. If you want to bring that up, there are multiple Bible verses on God being the God of impartiality, of not supporting discrimination or hierarchies, whatever it is. So I think that is one way. Also, I don't necessarily think it's Christian to say that certain people don't have the brain capacity power and just being so hateful instead of loving thy neighbor like yourself, you know? So,
yeah, and I had brought a few of those things up, and I actually also brought up what he had said about George Floyd and what he had said about that black pilot being unqualified. And they came back saying that George Floyd was in fact a scum blank. And
they're beyond.
Yeah, so there's nothing really that I can say to them to get them to, you know, change their mind or anything. Okay, thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you, Lex. Have a good night too. Okay. I'm gonna drop it. At some point, people are too far gone, right? So, hey, we got 4 more guest requests. Kanye.
Hello. I'm going to try to do this without rambling. This is kind of like a rant. It's also just seeking validation. Maybe me speaking it gives validation to others. I don't know. Sometimes I feel like I'm a little bit too woke. I don't know. I only recently rejoined these debate TikTok communities because of this. I've been debating a lot in a certain person's live, and a lot of the time I feel kind of crazy when conversations are happening. One thing in particular that was making me feel insane is that when we are talking about celebration, that's something that keeps coming up, like me just trying to say, hey, can we have space for everyone's feelings, not just the feelings that you align with, the feelings that you agree with. Like, could we just when you demonize these celebratory feelings, it's quite dangerous. These are the oppressors, yeah. They turn around and they use the HBCUs that were threatened as an example for why we shouldn't be celebrating. And I don't know if I'm tripping, but sometimes that feels incredibly irresponsible and dangerous, because it's not like the right needs any help, or they don't need any help. They don't need a devil's advocate. They're already going to get there. They were going to do that whether we celebrate it or not. Yeah, someone in the comments said it. Like, I didn't want to say the name, but someone said that, and it feels very irresponsible. I really do hope that eventually people start listening to us as marginalized groups, all of us, that we are allowed to celebrate and have happy feelings about our oppressors. Like, they make it seem like we have to wait for the war to be over, but I don't remember what activist it was, but they were saying, like, you can celebrate in stages. You can celebrate at this stage and this stage and this stage. It is very dangerous to weaponize something that's already hurting us, like these threats to the HBCUs, to then say this is why you shouldn't be celebrating, to then tone police us, and it's driving me insane. But I'm trying to stay positive. Seeing you on that live did help a lot. It made me realize, like, okay, like, I'm not going insane. Thank you, Jesus. Just wanted to thank you for that and say that a little bit. Thank you. That's all.
Oh, I appreciate you very much, Kanye. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate you for your perspective. Thank you. Who's next? Kenzie?
Hello, Gabby, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hi, okay. So I just want to preface this by saying that I am very, very new into, like, politics, and I'm very bad with public speaking, so if I sound, like, really misinformed and uneducated, I do apologize, but I did come in here just to kind of get more educated, and I was kind of, like, on board with the idea that we shouldn't be celebrating or feeling good about this in general initially. But as I've had time to, like, think about it the past couple of days, and listening to all the people come in here and talk about their unique perspectives and stuff, like Swan and the Libyan girl, it's kind of made me realize that also being a part of a community that Charlie Kirk's, like, spoke out against and kind of dehumanized me as an individual, and all of the other people that are included in the groups of people that he spoke out against, such as the LGBTQ community and the African American community, it made me realize that there is a sense of relief that a man who had such a large platform and had all of these, all of these resources around him to be able to advocate for the dehumanization of people of color, trans, gay people, and the fact that he no longer has those resources and no longer has that platform, there is a very, very big sigh of relief within those communities, and I'm fully in 100% agreement with that. And I was in the live with Dean and everything, and when you were talking to him about your unique perspective about the situation, and initially I raised an eyebrow at your perspective, but listening to you and other people talk in this live has opened my eyes about how little us as white individuals, especially the cis white people, don't really understand you guys' perspective and what you guys have to live through on a daily basis. And like Swan said, if we want to even have to like come to any sort of starting to understand, we have to hold ourselves accountable for the fact that your group of people, my group of people, have been dehumanized for as long as we can remember. And in order to start actually, sorry, I'm trying to find good words to explain it. In order to start actually unpacking that dehumanization and being able to understand that we are humans with real feelings, that we need to hold ourselves accountable to the prejudice that has been put against these groups of people. But yeah, no, I came in here to get more educated, and I definitely feel as if I have been a lot more educated as I've listened to people.
Well, thank you very much, Kenzie, for coming up and sharing your 2 cents. I appreciate you very much. I'm gonna drop you. And then the last person I let up is going to be Will. Saving the best for last, right? We're gonna go to Maria. But let's just make it quick, y'all. I'm just going to be saying it now. I'm not going to accept any more requests. This is the last panel. I'm very tired. I've been live for 4 hours. So let's just make it quick and tick. Let's get through the people on the panel. Maria, yeah.
Hi, nice to meet you. So this is the first time that I'm also in a live, just like Kenzie, and I just kind of wanted to share my perspective on like the whole Dean hatred situation, especially like the Charlie Kirk situation is definitely, as Carrington was saying, people have very complicated emotions, and so that's totally fine. As humans, you know, we're very complicated when it comes to our emotions, and it's definitely difficult, I would say, to kind of understand what we're going through, right? And I think in Dean's situation, he was obviously crying. He was feeling empathetic.
Yeah, I just said it. I just want to say this isn't like a Dean hatred or bashing live. I just wanted to say let's decenter Parker and Dean, and let's just like focus on like the general reaction to it that
yeah, of course. Yeah, I think just generally I honestly feel like there's just so much hatred in this world, and as I mentioned prior, it's like it's very complicated And it's okay for us to feel a certain way about the situation, because this was very public as well. I mean, it was in a public execution, so it's okay to feel the way that certain, it's as what I'm saying is that it's very different. We have different emotions to it. And I don't know. I don't even know what I'm rambling about. It's just, yeah, this is like my first time in this live. So I'm just trying to say, I understand where Dean is coming from. And okay, first of all, I don't support Charlie Kirk. I know Charlie Kirk is a horrible person.
Wait, don't focus on the chat. Just focus on the panel.
Well, yeah, that's what I just wanted to say.
Okay, well, thank you very much for coming up, Maria. I appreciate you.
Of course. Have a good night.
You too. Azor?
Hi. I wrote my question down. I'm so sorry. I know you've been up really late. I've been in and out of the live, but if I can just ask it and then we can go from there with just your response. Okay. Well, earlier you said that all violence is political, and I completely agree with that. And I feel like a lot of us on the left, it's very easy for us to understand that not all violence is physical. You know, policy can be violence, legislation can be violence. And I feel like when you say all violence is political, I'm like, oh yeah, because a lot of the institutions and the way that they harm marginalized people, all of that is politics. It's, making decisions for people, making decisions for society. So I just find it odd that people are very quick to denounce this specific instance of political violence, but they won't call systemic violence political the same way that they're calling this political. I guess I wonder, why do you think that is? Is it because it's just obvious? Is it because it's something that the state can, kind of manipulate our perspective on? Or is it because there was a pew-pew involved? Because I feel like a lot of people are really eager to call for change and call for revolution and say, go out there and punch a fascist. But then when something like that actually happens, they kind of pull back.
I think it's because it benefits them at the end of the day. I feel like people don't want to destroy whatever benefits them, and they're willing to be complicit in the systemic harm. Because when push comes to shove, people don't want to give up on their material conditions. So when I talk about material condition, I'm talking about social currency. I'm talking about the advantages you get, and within the job market, housing market, all these different things, right? So people might tell you sweet nothings about how they want to care about revolutions and all those different things, but at the end of the day, people don't actively actually want themselves to be impacted. They don't want to give up on the advantages that they have. There's a good book on this. I was talking to somebody today in the morning, and I even mentioned it because I just kept thinking about it the whole time. It's this book called The Ones That Walk Away from Omilas.
Oh my gosh, I love that short story.
And so it's basically about this very utopic town or city, which is very prosperous, very vibrant. Everybody's literally happy in that town, right? In that city. The citizens at one point, as a rite of passage, find out that underneath the town, there is basically this child that is being put in perpetual agony and misery and isolated and is suffering. And the people's prosperity and happiness and the utopian society is dependent on the child's suffering. And then they're basically have to choose whether they're willing to be complicit in the systemic harm and benefit off of it, or choose to leave because they are willing to give up, at a personal cost, give up their advantages because they don't want to participate or be complicit in systemic harm, right? So I think it's that's the point. A lot of people are not willing to give up on their privileges and are willing to participate in the systemic harm. If that makes sense.
Right. it's something that I noticed, especially, and I'm sorry to take up a lot of your time. This will be like my last big comment on it. But it's something I noticed with a lot of YT leftists is that like, oh, we shouldn't be happy about this because it's gun violence. And gun violence also hurts Black and brown women. And it's just like, what does gun violence toward Black and brown women have anything to do with Charlie Kirk and what happened? Like, why bring them up at all? It feels like y'all are making a comparison.
Yeah, 100%. It doesn't have to do with gun violence. It has to do with the fact that like the person who is subjected to that gun violence looks like them. That's a difference. Right. Because when if it looks like I don't know if it's a Black or brown person, then it's okay. But if it's a person who looks like Charlie Kirk or is in the social class as Charlie Kirk, then their death is a tragedy. But I appreciate you, Azor. Thank you very much for coming up, and that was a really, really good question.
Thank you. I hope you have a good night.
You too. Thank you very much. Chris, you're on mute. Going once, I'll send you an invite. Going twice. Yes, I can.
Okay, yeah, no, I love what you do, and I actually am alumni of Texas A&M. I know, I think Charlie Kirk went to Texas A&M, but the one thing I would like to say is like I was there, and because I'm an old alumni, so. But in 2017, 2016, when Richard Spencer was there, and a lot of the stuff that had happened there, I understand like why people. I guess the best way to articulate our point is that, when it comes to these people who come on campuses, it's very difficult to have the conversation with them. Because, again, I was there like in 2017. We're talking about 2016, 2017, when Richard Spencer came there. And, that was a very pivotal time. And it's very like he's basically putting out hatred as well. So I can see why, a lot of people see, even with Charlie Kirk, it's just hard to go into these spaces, and then you have to talk about, I don't know I'm trying to explain it the best way I can possibly, but I remember the first time that Richard Spencer had came onto our campuses, because I know Charlie Kirk, I think he came into Texas A&M last year or the year before. And, I think Dean was there as well. But, being in those spaces and having that hatred spewed, it's kind of hard to be like a person of color on the campus, especially a Black American on the campus, and allowing, I don't know how to explain it, but it's just, I guess I would say that. I don't think that, people should be mad that people are indifferent about what happened to Charlie Kirk. The same way, like the same time when Richard Spencer came on the campus, a lot of people of color felt like he shouldn't have been on our campus and he shouldn't have been able to have a platform. So that's all I was saying, like, because that was years ago. That was in 2016. So I'm not trying to age myself, but, a lot of people felt very, there was an attack on people of color when Charlie Spencer, because this was 2017, 2016, and this was like Trump's first presidency. And a lot of people of color, especially Black Americans, having somebody spew, white supremacist, rhetoric and everything, it was just hard to deal with that. Like this, that was 2017, and we're still dealing with that. Like in this new, in 2025, it's just hard to, have. I know, like everybody's, saying like, oh, we need to have empathy for somebody who spews hatred. No, we don't need to have empathy. And I know people will probably be like, oh, well, you can't say that. No, like he has a basis, that is going to commit violence based off of the rhetoric that he's putting out there. So yeah, and like the only reason why I wanted to come over here is because I was there when Richard Spencer came on our campus, a white supremacist, and they allowed him to come on our campus and just to spew hatred and talk about all these things. And so I think a lot of people have to understand that this is not something, this is like everybody talks about, oh no, it's just political opinion. No, this is not a political opinion. This is more than that. Like, these are marginalized communities that are being attacked based off of rhetoric that these people are putting forth. And I think it's just crazy. So, but yeah, I would just say, because I remember, I was there in 2017, 2016 at Texas A&M University, and I'll put it out there. Yeah, that's where I graduated from. And it's just crazy people to think that, you got to have empathy for somebody that had put out this hatred in the audience. So I just think it's crazy. But, I think like how you put it out to Dean, I don't want to go into all that. I know you don't want to go into all of it, but yeah, it's, I was there like when Richard Spencer came on our campus, and everybody was like, oh, well, no, he should have a platform to speak, what he wants to speak about. But it's, even that time it was difficult because a lot of students of color felt attacked, and they felt that wasn't a safe space to be on campus at that time.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to say that because I was there when, I think that was around Trump's first presidency.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, we had, Richard Spencer on our campus, and they wouldn't like.
We've established that exactly.
The university, they was just like, oh, well, we can't do nothing about it because it was outside. I can't remember how he was able to come on campus. But anyways, that's all I wanted to say. It was, so I see everything that you're saying, and I think you're doing a great job. And that's all I wanted to say. I mean, but yeah, I remember when, Richard Spencer came on campus, and a lot of.
I think you're trolling. Okay. I think you're trolling. Thank you, Chris.
Oh, no.
Okay. Kenna.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I just want to start off by asking if you know who Melissa Hortman is. Can I have 3 minutes to kind of just talk about who she was and what happened?
Yeah.
Okay, Melissa Hortman was an American politician and lawyer who served as the 61st Speaker of the Minnesota House of Representatives from 2019 to 2025. She was a member of the Democratic Farmer Labor Party. She represented northern parts of Twin Cities metropolitan area in Minnesota House of Representatives from 2005 until her assassination in 2025. Serving at the House Minority Leader from 2017 to 2019 as a Speaker from 2019 to January 2025. During her tenure, she advocated for transportation, environmental rights, abortion rights, police reform, and gun control policies. She was also chief and author of the state's solar energy standard. And on June 14th, 2025, her and her husband were assassinated in their home in Brooklyn Park, Minnesota, for their political views. And I just really wanted to come on here and just shed a little bit of light on, someone who did a little bit better than Charlie Kirk, since a lot of it has been around political violence, and I think that this is definitely one. Oh, and their dog. They shot the dog. But yeah, I just wanted to come on here and kind of remind people that there is more to this issue than just this white fascist man.
I agree. Thank you very much for coming up, Kenna.
Of course. Thank you for giving me the time.
Of course, I appreciate you. Kiss. We're almost done, y'all.
Hi.
Hi.
I kind of want to start off by saying that with everything that you were saying in that conversation, it kind of helped me understand why I don't feel any type of mourning for Charlie Kirk. Because I am a humanist, and I don't believe in unjustified unalivings, but I couldn't make the puzzles like fit into place on why, like his unaliving was just something that didn't make me feel sad. I don't know. But yeah, everything that you said, like, I understand that, he didn't understand your point, but I think that you helped a lot of the listeners that were watching that live. And I don't want to go on too long. I just wanted to say, I've been following you for a long time, and I'm just, grateful for learning about Gaza and Congo and everywhere else. So I just wanted to say thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Kiss. I appreciate you. I saw that you waited for a while, so I'm glad that you were able to come up and share your 2 cents as well.
Oh,
Thank you very much.
Can I say one thing about Charlie? So one of my first impressions on him was like a long time ago, whenever he was talking about justifying doing things with an 8-year-old and
wait, what?
Calling it socializing. Yeah.
You justified doing something with an 8-year-old?
No, not Charlie, like himself, but he was saying that doing that act is justified and calling it socializing with an 8-year-old.
Wait, what?
And yeah.
When did he say that?
I mean, it's been a few years. He was saying it in a debate. I don't know, like, but I'm somebody who was raped at the age of 9, and just
trigger warning, everybody. By the way, I just wanted to say trigger warning.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But just seeing him talk about that, like right off the bat, my first impression of him, I knew he wasn't a good person. And yeah, it was. So to see people, not only Dean, but people all over that are crying for this person, I'll just never understand it. I can't look through that scope. So,
I'm so sorry that was done to you. By the way, you don't deserve it at all.
No, it's okay. I'm going through therapy still for it, so like I'm okay. I'm just saying that like Charlie Kirk is not somebody that I can justify mourning. Okay. Thank you for everything you do. I love you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Sorry to the people who are here. Probably didn't get like a trigger warning and were probably triggered by that. So I just wanted to say, be mindful when you guys are sharing something so that people are aware of what's to come. But yeah, by all means.
Hey, Lou, sis, how are you?
I'm good. What about you?
I want people in general to understand, as Black people, I want you to just understand how tiring this is mentally for us. I want you to look at this young sister's face. And for all of you that keep saying that you appreciate her work, you appreciate what she does, I want you to think that if I walked up to a cancer patient and they told me, they're a cancer survivor from 17 years ago, they had cancer, and and my response to them was, that was so long ago. Explain to me why you're telling me. That's how we feel every time we have to continuously explain why we're entitled. Now, the entitlement that we have as far as our feelings are concerned, these are entitled feelings that we were given. These feelings of indifference were placed in me by people who simply did not like me. I just want you to realize that even though the unaliver looked like Charlie, Their first response was to hold a rally and saying white lives matter. Their first response was to attack HBCUs. Their first response was to condemn thugs and gangbangers and inner city violence. Now, every time we bring up, as Black people, we bring up, well, hold on now, let's go ahead and turn that mirror around. We're called everything but our first name, and we are told that every time we bring up some kind of system that we've experienced, we are told that we have a victim mindset. Now, it's funny that we're labeled that, but anytime you bring up any other cancer or any other disease, any other affliction that perpetuates any other systems or people, all of a sudden there's no victimhood. But as it relates to Black people in this country, even speaking about how Charlie made us feel, you tell us that we have a victim mindset. And then sisters like this has to go on tours explaining why we don't share the same empathy that some other privileged class of people feel. I saw a video by this young man whose name I won't mention, who she was in a debate with. But check out what angered me more than his first crying video. Let me tell you, his response is what angered me, his response video. In that video, he said, and this is, I'm paraphrasing. He said that the reason that he didn't want to kind of jump on the bandwagon of celebration was because of, retaliatory things. And he used the example of the HBCUs as a retaliatory act against what happened to Charlie. Do you see what he did there? Does everybody see what he did there? Even though at this point it was the identity of the Pew Pewer was known, he lumped in what was happening to HBCUs as a retaliatory effort of what happened to Charlie. Black people being harmed had nothing to do with that white man being harmed, with all due respect. The population of Black folks in Utah is about less than 2%. I want y'all I'm gonna land my plane, but I want y'all to understand, as an older Black man, I've been dealing with this a lot longer than this young sister. And I'm afraid for her to have to continue to go into her future, debating her feelings that she's entitled to feel. And if that means zero remorse, that means zero remorse. How dare you? How dare any person of privilege believe that your shared human feelings are my shared human feelings? No. You can be a humanist all you want. I can have empathy and sympathy for things that I don't think should happen, but you cannot dictate that if something happens to a person who recently suggested that my people were better off enslaved. Listen to what I'm saying. The sister that you see on the screen, she was better off enslaved, which means he didn't care about my daughters. He didn't care about my wife. He didn't care about my mother. And you want me to have empathy for the women and children in his family. You are the hypocrites to suggest that I should have empathy because I shared a religion. Just because we share the title of religion don't mean we share the values in that religion. So do not condemn someone because we share the title of Christian that I should behave and think as such. That's all I wanted to say. You're going to give this sister some grace and stop using her to champion around all of these arguments about how she's supposed to feel and what she's entitled to feel. And I got to say this last thing. Black folks, with all due respect to a lot of us, this is what happens when you invite everybody to the barbecue because they like a little bit of salt. This is what happens because somebody said they like paprika. Y'all keep inviting everybody to the barbecue and tell them just to bring plates. This is what happens when you platform people just because they said something that recognized you at a certain point. You hang on to that one video from 6 years ago and you platform these people that cannot possibly relate to your subjugation. That's all I'm saying, Black folks. Be mindful of the people you give praise and platform to, because when things like this happen, their true colors come out. And now you done wasted 4 or 5 years thinking that, oh, this was an ally. Listen to me. Do not be deceived that Halloween is only on the 31st of October. A lot of people wear that costume all year round, Black folk. Thank you, young sister. I know you're tired.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you for your patience and also for your perspective. Clarinet?
Hi, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to say really quick that with the state of everything and the internet and the politics, it's been so stressful for me lately and everyone. And I know I have it so much easier not, being right at the butt of it, but like having to unfollow so many people and having to confront friends and rethink friendships and relationships. It's just very difficult. But seeing people like you just really being able to use your voice in such a beautiful way, I just really appreciate it. And thank you for standing up for so many people who don't have that platform, and then for doing this to give them a moment to feel seen and speak on their own truth. I just think it's really inspiring, and I really, really appreciate you. That's all I want.
Thank you very much. Well, I appreciate you, Clarinet, for coming up and saying that. Thank you.
Of course. Bye-bye.
Bye. To everybody who thinks I might be elevated. Oh my God. Hi, Will.
Hey.
How you doing?
I'm doing well. Well, I just wanted to open up and say, did you know that I was on Texas A&M in 2016, actually. And I saw that guy speak. I don't know if y'all heard that from the previous person. But yeah, I did see I was in Texas A&M in 2016. I don't know. No. Anyway, love this. Shout out. Love and support. This is good fun. What I wanted to add was basically the points there at the end of your discussion with Dean are helpful across the board, and they're generally how I'm approaching this issue, which is people don't get how ubiquitous political violence is and how extensive political violence is and how much they support political violence. And I think the biggest issue that's happening is we're all kids, we're all young. Like, I don't think anyone's over 25 in this space, right? And like, our brains aren't developed. Like, we're developing, like, we're trying to process really complicated emotions and process really complicated concepts. And those are two different processes. And I think when we don't separate them out helpfully, or like they have an engagement, right? Like the fact that people identify with Charlie Kirk emotionally, right, is a political fact, but it's also an emotional fact that needs to be developed internally. And so what I wanted to say is, like, if people need to process their emotions, however they need to process their emotions, right? Like, by the way, I'm talking about the people speaking. That's what I'm referencing, the general sphere of, sorry, I'm reading the comments. I shouldn't do that. Anyway, chat old, people speaking young. Anyway, sorry. But if you need to process your emotions functionally, developmentally, in community with people that you actually know, trust, and respect, and then develop like a mature, cohesive political opinion publicly, especially if you have a platform. That's my message to people with platforms, right? Is if you have a platform, you have a responsibility to do it productively. You don't have a responsibility to process your emotions productively and ubiquitously and without harm, right? And yeah, the other thing is what I was texting you, which is the vast majority of people that are condemning this as political violence don't believe in no political violence. They don't disagree with political violence ubiquitously. They believe in borders, they believe in prisons, they believe in armies, right? And I think that's a big thing, is if we reference, y'all, you are hypocrites, you don't believe what you believe, and you're browbeating because you identify with this white supremacist, that is effective. And then you can go into, and it's problematic that you identify with it. And here's the issue with why you identify with it. Or you identify with it because you are white and you don't suffer the oppression of a black person or of a gay person or of a third worldist. And yeah, so that was kind of the thesis I was pushing towards. But I just wanted to repeat that I was at Texas A&M in 2016. And yeah, other than that, thank you so much for your live. I'll let you go. I know you're tired. Thank you so much for doing this. You're the best.
Yeah. You're the best too. I appreciate you. Your messages yesterday really were so good.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Peace.
Bye. Who's gonna tell well I'm over 25? I'm actually 80, y'all. I'm 80 years old. I don't know if people didn't know that, but exactly, I'm an 80-year-old queen. But I don't look like I'm 80 because of my 12-step Korean skincare routine. So, yeah. But anyways, as you can see, I look very elevated right now, but I am not elevated, I promise. I just, I'm very tired. To the people who say they want me to drop the 12-step skincare routine, that makes me look like I'm 25 when I'm actually 80 years old, I will. But I appreciate y'all very, very much. Thank you very much for everybody who came up, everybody who waited, everybody who shared their perspective, everybody who liked, everybody who shared, everybody who stayed here, who donated, who gifted, whether it is people who gifted on their, like here, or whether it was people who gifted on PayPal as well. I genuinely appreciate every single one of y'all, and the people who are gifting as well, and the people who subscribed as well, and the people who liked as well. I am going to be hosting more lives, more regular lives too. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate y'all so very much. I just wanted to say, I understand that, like, I did get some hate messages and death threats, and I did briefly bring that up, but I just wanted to say I actually got more love than, like, a lot of support, and so for that, I am legitimately really grateful, so thank you for that. For all the support that I got. I got so many messages, like so many fucking messages that I don't even know if I can get through them. So, yeah. Thank you guys. I love y'all, and I will see y'all tomorrow, hopefully. Yeah, I'll see y'all tomorrow. Anyways, this is probably the last time I'm going to be hosting this topic, like the topic about like the live and the confrontation. I'm going to have like a conversation about the grand scheme of things, like Charlie Kirk and everything about like basically selective empathy and violence, what violence is, because violence isn't only physical violence. Looking at people who look like you die and then the whole world shrugging about it is also violence, by the way. Just wanted to say that. Like, the whole world shrugging about your death, or the death of people who look like you, and not caring, and making you realize that even if something were to happen to you, you probably would have just been a hashtag. That within itself is also violence, because the message being conveyed is that some lives are grievable, whereas others are not. So yeah, necropolitics. But anyways, I appreciate y'all. I love y'all so much. Why are people telling me to look at Discord? Oh. Well, I don't care about that. But thank you guys. I love y'all so much. Have a good evening. Bye.